Okay, it's 9:59, so I'm assuming most of the people who want to be here are here. Today's talk, it wasn't a deliberate thing for me to fit in with the 80s theme, but fortunately it does. Usual standard disclaimer we get at the start of any of these things, you know, this is for test purposes and so you can secure systems. If you feel tempted to commit world domination or minor theft, please don't. Basically what we're going to be doing, the first part is the intro that you're listening to now. I mean, you can all read faster than I can talk, but basically we're just going to go through a quick discussion of the IBM AS400, what it is and why it is the way it is, and then look at some standard methodology for testing them and some of the tools you'll need and how to lock them down and secure them. And quick introduction to me, I'm some guy who used to be a programmer, got more and more interested in securing the things he was programming, found out it was more fun breaking into things and moved into pen testing and eventually got more and more fixated with fixing the things I was breaking and started to go back where I started from with all the whole secure design and secure coding. Right, what I'm going to be talking about today is the AS400, and I'll give a list of all its other names in a few minutes because it does have lots of other names, varying difficulties in Googling them. And as I said earlier, some discussion of how the system was designed and why it is the way it is before we look at how to test it and how to break it. And I will apologise in advance, there will be no RPG programming and no COBOL programming throughout the entire thing, so apologies for any disappointment for anyone there. Surprisingly for such an old system, there are a lot of these things still about doing a useful job. And although it might seem a bit intimidating just from its weirdness or obscurity, they can be tested surprisingly easily. And the testing can be fun just because of the way the systems are. They're generally running a lot of services. A lot of the times when you do test these things, you'll find old systems transferring huge amounts of money around, a lot of the time still in the default state, so they are open to attack or in need of fixing in some way. And as I say, that weird sort of text-only interface, different shortcut needs, weird menu options, it might seem a bit intimidating, but from the point of view of scanning and attacking them, a lot of it does have some things in common with other systems. And I'll just show, they can be tested much more easily than you might suspect. The AS400, it's gone through multiple name changes over the years, but there were huge numbers of these sold and still in use. Allegedly, there's more than 100,000 companies still using them today, although the page I googled that from didn't give any data to back it up. It just made that as a flat statement. Importantly, if you talk to the people maintaining these, you'll look like a fool if you call it a mainframe. They are officially classed as mini computers, which is a term from the older days when a mini computer meant it was the size of a fridge. Sometimes in the modern world they're called a mid-range server, but that equally confusing language sort of classes Windows and Linux as low range and mainframes as high range. And it was developed in the mid-1980s. It was incredibly modern then, but now just looks cool more for its retroness. And it was aimed at sort of medium-sized businesses where they had it as some single powerful system. If you ever are looking at any system that uses any of these names, they're all basically the same underneath. It started off as AS400s, changed its name to I-Series, and then the more you try and find out stuff about the security on these systems, they've started to apply names that are more and more difficult to Google due to their meaninglessness. But the name changes don't really seem to have stopped people just generically referring to all of them as AS400 or I-Series. By 1997, when these things were still fairly new, there'd been about 500,000 models shipped. The majority that I've seen and tested have been in financial sector. You can use them for ERP, supply chain management. As I said, there's a large number of services on them. When it was first came out, having your FTP, web, email and all your applications in the same place was a big selling point. I've never ever seen anyone using the web server on them. I'm more used to encountering vast surprise when people find out they're running an internal web server. And it was, as I say, intended to provide companies with this back office system, single powerful thing with a unified set of core systems, and it was supposed to alleviate the pressures on admins, but because everyone just needed one username and one password to access the web server, the FTP server, telnets, and the email and everything else that's on there, which was okay at the time, but has hilarious consequences nowadays. It looks like this. As I said, it looked incredibly modern, I assume, when it came out. Looks slightly sort of retro cool now. But that does have a benefit that anyone who sees you doing it, it looks like Hollywood hacking and looks like you're doing cool things if anyone glances over your shoulder. As I said, there's around allegedly 100,000 companies still using this stuff. A lot of these systems haven't been replaced because they're so stable, just running mass batch processing on financial transactions. I know of a company that replaced its mainframe, which was part of an 18-month-long project that cost £28 million. So that's the sort of scale of costs to bear in mind when thinking, why is this still here? Why hasn't it been replaced? It can be a lot of money needing a lot of justification to replace something so stable that's not broken and not doing anything wrong. If you do come to use any of these, a lot of the terminology might seem a bit odd, and the same words that you'd use on a different system mean something completely different. Other terms are totally unfamiliar. So I'll just go through a few of those to alleviate confusion for the presentation and if you ever have to look at one. if you ever hear anyone say OS 400, that's the operating system that sort of runs on these things. But a lot of the time people just say AS 400 to universally refer to the operating system or the hardware. It has something called the integrated file system that allows it to transfer files between Windows and Linux. We'll go into the whole thing about loose permissions on this later, but it does let you freely transfer files with normal systems. In general, dealing with a lot of the programming on these and a lot of the concepts, the configuration, the word objects is used a lot. Object-oriented programming was a new thing when these were designed, and like any new programming innovation, it was going to improve things, make everything more robust, reduce mistakes in programming, make programming faster. A bit like other programming innovations you've heard of. And so it was viewed that object-oriented programming and objects should be referred to frequently, a bit like when people discuss AI nowadays, as the latest new thing that will fix everything, even if it's not AI. And so all the data files, the queues, message queues, everything on there is referred to as an object. And a library is yet another object that refers to the other objects. Files do not mean what a normal people would expect files to mean. A physical file is actually a record rather than any sort of Unix concept of a file, and the records can have variable lengths. It's basically like a spreadsheet concept of a record, and they can be, the physical files would be as they are written on disk, and logical files would be a logical representation of them with different records. Collections, if you ever hear that used, it's a grouping of related SQL objects. But that's because there's an integrated database, DB2-400, that is actually installed at the operating system level. So you can go directly into the database, search for stuff like usernames, user passwords, or settings in applications, again with hilarious consequences that we'll look at later. But I got the boring stuff out of the way. You're now close to being an expert on AS400 by hacker standards, so we can have a bit of a look at testing. Can be done like the same methodology you would expect to use testing any application or system infrastructure of standard process, scanning, enumeration, exploitation and access, and the post-exploitation. We'll go through what tools are used for those and how to do that. Tools, you can get away with surprisingly similar stuff that you would use in most of your regular testing. Nmap and Hack400 are the two things that are most essential if you are testing. Nmap and Nessus, good for the checking what services are running, and you'll be amazed how many are if you ever test one of these. Wireshark is just good for looking at the traffic, and it's helpful during a test to reinforce to someone that the system they are managing is sending people's passwords through the network unencrypted and transferring huge amounts of money to different banks unencrypted. You can connect to the telnet through the telnet service on this just through a regular command line thing, but if you can get hold of a copy, IBM iAccess is like a really good tool because it lets you have the proper coloured command line, but also it lets you inspect in a GUI way the databases and the file system. Somebody has very nicely created a free Java version of that as well, which I will show you if that looks like that. So you can download the Java version from that address on the screen. I am going to put all the slides online later. So ideally, you can do it with Telnet, but if you can't get IBM iAccess, use that Java version of the IBM clients. Hack 400 is probably the most essential tool for this. It allows you to enumerate usernames, escalate privileges. It really just automates a lot of the processes that I'm going to show you in a few minutes. It has the advantage, it's written in Java, so you can just run it on Linux, Mac or Windows, and it has the disadvantage that it's written in Java. And it does look like that and lets you connect to the system and freely interact with it and do bad things, or security testing as we call it. So for the enumeration, you'd begin with just running Nmap and Nessus against the system. You're really doing this to find out what services are running, but it does give a very strong indication of how well the system's been hardened, partly from letting you see what's been switched off or left in its default state. And interestingly, because Telnet, FTP, POP, everything on there has also an encrypted service where it runs on a different port. If you do run Nessus, it tends to mistake this for not being AS400. You will get some real vulnerabilities and some things that are in no way vulnerabilities. But from the Nmap results, you will get a good starting basis that you can use for your attacks and user enumeration. And as I say, it gives a very good idea of how close it is to its default states. It's important to scan every port because there is generally such a huge number of services running on there. If you are doing those Nmap scans, obviously leave out the square brackets and the made-up address, or for illustrative purposes. The important thing, if you do run Nmap and Nessus, is to don't just run them and then go away and leave it and make a cup of coffee and read a blog post. You will need to keep an eye on things the first few minutes. I've seen multiple descriptions online that it can cause excessive resource consumption, slow down the machine and cause major issues on the machine. I've never ever seen that happen, but very important to to not be the one wanting to give an excuse on what's happened to someone later on. And just be ready to switch them off. Those scan results then will give us that nice basis to work through. That is, I appreciate you probably can't read all of that from the back, but that's what you might see on a default state system, which gives you a huge number of things to look at. There's generally two, sometimes three web servers. You will find an email server on there, FTP server if it's left as in its default state, and telnet server. Half the reason, or one of the good reasons, these are one of the main reasons you'd want to go through the scanning process. User enumeration is incredibly easy on these systems with telnet and FTP. And if it's left in its default states, brute forcing is easy too, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you to check whether there's a limit on passwords. If you run Nessus against these, you universally get some false positive about SMB. It always looks like an interesting Nessus result, but it isn't. It's a false positive. I'll give you some boring link to read at the end for that. A lot of the time I've found speaking to people about, or speaking to a certain type of person at some companies about unencrypted telnet or FTP maybe doesn't quite sink in as much as using Wireshark as well to show them a large cache transaction going through the network or an admin passwords. In terms of the username enumeration, that's an incredibly useful list from IBM of default usernames. So we can sort of avoid any random guessing. It's just straight to the IBM website and check which of the default usernames still have their default password, which of them are enabled. And as I said earlier, each username that you manage to enumerate or account that you crack that's on telnet or FTP will give you universal access to that user's telnet, FTP, email, the default web applications, as well as any applications that user uses. And there are different ways of escalating privileges, partly because of that weird stuff I talked about earlier, where every user is an object and different objects have different permissions. But we'll look at the ways to do that later. There's a useful command you can use on the AS400 command line that will just list out all of the accounts, default accounts with a default password on there. For the purposes of a pen test, it's the real safe usage is the top one that just gives you a list of default accounts. If you want to play things a bit risky, you can disable all the default accounts that have a default password with the second one. And for anyone who really wants to live on the edge and take risks, you can disable all the default accounts with a default password with that final one. those are from IBM's webpage. Those are the list of user accounts I would expect you to see. And for each of those, if you do find those still enabled, always worth checking, because their default username is the same as, sorry, default password is the same as the username. And that is non-exhaustive. There's IBM give lists in different places of different user groups, partly because some of those I think are universal to the IBM, and others are universal just for the AS400s. Part of the reason I said username enumeration is so easy is because of this lovely set of very specific error messages you get if you try and log in. It will generally tell you if the username's valid, tell you if the username's invalid. You can, if you're a masochist, type it in yourself, or write a Python script, or AS400 will do it for you. So if you were doing it by hand, you would basically do it that way. There's a different set of error messages for Telnet, FTP, POP3, but you can go in and just check whether a username is genuine, which usernames exist. I would suggest always do this with Hack 400. I'll give a list of links at the end, but that's a simple Python script that would go through and just check any bunch of usernames you give it against a system and tell you whether they're valid or not. I appreciate you probably can't read that from there, but I'll give you a link at the end for where to download all this stuff from, and I will be putting the slides online. The default login limits for each user is, well, there is no limit by default. So I'll show you how to check that later, but you can use that, take advantage of that to try and brute force. If there is a limit, it's not unusual for admin accounts to have the same password across machines, or users to have a username equals passwords. It's not a quirk of the system, it's a quirk of the people who set them up when they were starting out years ago. But as I said earlier, one thing that can really help you reinforce the lack of sensibleness of using Telnet and FTP on these is to use Wireshark, depending on the scope of your assignments. I mean, you might want to try and get an admin password from floating through the ether. So if you do use Wireshark to look at any of this traffic, just as you run Wireshark by default, it can be a bit deceptive. It will look encrypted and look weird the first time you see it. That is because AS400 does not use ASCII encoding. It's, again, so old that that wasn't the accepted standard at the time. So if you run Wireshark in its default state with ASCII encoding, you'll just get what looks like some unreadable mess. You might mistake it for being encrypted. But if you switch to EBCDIC coding, it all suddenly becomes readable. That's not any real company's passwords. It's a screenshot from somebody's CTF that I found on the web. So No parties have been endangered. As I said earlier, it's got this thing, like as you're working through your results and looking for ingress points, there's this thing called the integrated file system, which allows your user account to just browse through whatever files on there you've got permission to use, either in the command line or through the iAccess GUI. As I was saying about these design considerations, it's a machine from a time when Wireshark didn't exist, PCs didn't have a network card, and security for mainframes was a locked door. So the integrated file system actually made sense when it was introduced. And from that iAccess screen, you can go through and look at whatever files you've got permission for, and you can also browse it from the command line, where it looks a lot like Linux when you're browsing it from the command line. You just use this command QSH, which is short for Q shell. Those object permissions are, in the sense of the file system being a collection of objects, are what are applied by default at the roots. And I know I'm going on a lot about the defaults on these being very permissive and very unsafe, but with that default setting as the roots, it's inherited throughout, and every user would be able to see every other file and every other user's file. So if you were in a situation where you'd got access to that GUI, you could just go round casually looking for anything that you might find interesting through there. You might find a lot of the time that there's other dependent systems that just assume that you can see every file. So sometimes you do find situations where anyone attempting to lock down folders or files finds that they break some dependent system. But from the command line, if you type in that Q shell thing, you get some Unix-like list of files with various sort of permissions listed. That was the best picture I could find on the internet, but when I've done it in real life, you'd get a standard kind of Unix list, but with RWX, RWX, RWX for everything all the way down, which always becomes one more screenshot for the reports. Having showed you all that complex stuff on how to do it with great difficulty from the command line, I'm now going to show you an application that does it all for you. Almost so you didn't even need to know that stuff. But AS400 is the sort of Rolls-Royce of these test tools for the machine. It will carry out all the user enumeration I talked about. It will do that automatically and give you a list of users on the machine. You do need a single login to the machine to actually run it, but for those users as well, we'll do privilege escalation, and we'll bring back hashes, and you can use it if you know within some constraints for exploiting the applications on there, looking at the database. As I say, it's got that Java interface that I showed you earlier. It comes in 3 separate jar files called scanner, exploiter and auditor, with fairly descriptive names that sort of make things obvious. But the scanner application will use your user account to go through that process I discussed earlier and list all the users on there, and it gives you this button you can just press to escalate privileges to a different user that's listed. I'll discuss later how that's done. It's not always possible, it depends on the settings on accounts. But really it just does all that for you. And it can, as I said, the exploiter can grab the password hashes from each of those users if you've got a user with sufficient permissions. Again, those aren't anyone's hashes, it's a screenshot from the internet. So any hashes you get from there, you can crack them yourself. There's something called AD Self-Service Plus, which allows the AS400 to sort of synchronize with Active Directory. So if you've got hashes from there, you might be able to abuse those in further ways, depending on whether that's switched on or not for the system. And you can generally, yes, just go through, crack a load of hashes, get the password for the privileged user. In the report, the cracked hashes can frequently just become some reporting item of users who have the same password as the username, users with short passwords. The auditor is useful for reporting purposes and useful for fixing it purposes, and the most boring of the 3 applications. If you've got a username with sufficient permissions, you might as well unclick that use SSL before you start, because I've never found one that's been set up encrypted in all my years of testing AS400s. But that will go through and check a huge number of those settings on what they refer to as objects, and check the operating system setup, and it will tell you straight away if you can find things like unlimited login attempts, or if the password complexity setting isn't switched on. It'll generally tell you about all the unencrypted services running on there. It does give its output in the form of a very long spreadsheet, so it's not really an adrenaline-based exercise to work through it, but it does nicely put a red highlight on the worst things, amber for the not so bad, and then yellow and green. The exploitation is done with, coincidentally, the HAC400 exploiter. This, again, has one of those lovely Java screens that I showed you earlier. And it relies on a lot of the issues that around user permissions on there. Frequently, the user permissions on there will relate to the applications running, where normal person working in, say, an investment bank will have permission to request a cash transaction. Their supervisor will have a permission to approve that transaction, and that sort of thing would be enforce the security of the transaction, because they'd be mutually exclusive. You can either have permissions to request it or permissions to approve it, but no one can approve their own request. One of the things Hack 400 is kind of doing behind the scenes when it escalates for you, and one of the things you can do for yourself in the command line, if you really like that kind of thing, is to look, there's this API here that will list all the users or certain user authorities to describe the sort of thing I've just discussed, where if a user has certain permissions, they can escalate to another user without providing any passwords, which then allows you to alter things in the database, to do things you shouldn't be able to do, or to just escalate privileges to that user. And you do this with this command here. If you do it in the AS400 terminal, you will get it on multiple screens and go through some painful process of trying to learn the shortcut keys and screenshotting every page. If you do it in Hack 400, you get this nice sort of formatted thing here. What this shows is for those users there where they have, I think, OPR and exist, whatever was on my previous slide, those users at the top, and then third and fourth row and the row near the bottom can escalate privileges to another user without a password. And once you've got that, you can obtain, and once you've got that ability to escalate, as I said, it makes a nice demonstration for anyone where you're proving the insecurity of the system, that you've used that to then get sufficient permissions to get other people's hashes and give them a patronising sort of report item on bad passwords after you've cracked the hashes. You can execute commands that you wouldn't normally have permission to access, and you might be able to improve your database access with that sort of increased privileges. And you might remember near the start I said the database is integrated at the level of the operating system, so that priv-esc can enable you to start querying the database, altering stuff in there, like literally like user passwords, or that whole thing of setting permissions and conditions in a financial application. As the sort of thing I described earlier, if one user has permissions to request a money transfer and another user has permission to approve it, you can abuse the system in that way. You might need to speak to the client, get an understanding of their systems, and look at how you can sort of do that unauthorized transaction. The system I did that on, we were restricted by the size of the input field and could only steal 99,999,999 pounds and 99 pence. But obviously you could do it more than once if you need more than that. If you're interested, and hopefully you are after that, in using the database to do that kind of thing, you just do this StreSQL command and it happily signs you into the database, and you can start querying that for the fields you need and for what you want to change. using something that looked modern in the 80s and looks retro cool now, but that can, depending on what your user's database permissions are as well, it can free you from a lot of access level controls, where if there's processes relying on multiple users to approve different things, you might just be able to go into the database and change those yourself. And you can also abuse the database to get access to other accounts. That first SQL statement would be the kind of thing you'd use and to just bring back all the fields that look like they might be holding a password. And provided you've got sufficient permissions to query that table, you can just bring back those list of tables and just get from the results in there. It's obviously easy to use select.star. Just bring back the usernames and passwords. Or to not even bother with that and just do as I said earlier and change large amounts of money directly in the database. And the iAccess GUI can also give you this reasonable degree of freedom in looking through all those system level databases and poking around and looking what's in the different tables and different fields if you can put up with its slowness. Right. Obviously, we're not just talking about this for the purpose of breaking them, as much fun as that is. The reason we're allowed to break them is so we can lock everything down afterwards. So for the mitigations for some of these are quite simple. The whole sort of unencrypted user accounts, there are terminal encryption settings that you can use to lock those down and defend against those. The user accounts, it's certainly not unusual in some of the tests I've done to find an account that hasn't been accessed since the 90s, or default accounts on their weak passwords. There are sort of settings you can put in place to just disable those unused users and to enforce strong passwords. Some of that privilege escalation stuff is a lot more difficult because it needs somebody to go in and alter their RPG program and maybe look at the design issues around that. Some rewrites to protect things better. I've never ever seen anyone actually using the web server and the email server. There's a lot of things on there you can switch off, which can be done in a safe way or an unsafe way. And for a lot of those application controls I talked about, it really depends on database permissions, putting the database permissions at the same level as the application permissions. Right, the terminal encryption can be enabled. During your initial Nmap and Nessus scan, you'll see if the encrypted terminals are there or not, because instead of using 23 for telnet, it uses 992 for encrypted telnets. And that will defend against all that packet sniffing, those credentials going over the wire, and that sensitive data being exposed. There's an IBM reference page that I've got about 4 slides of links at the end. on all this stuff, but there's an IBM reference page that lets you know the encrypted versions, port numbers, that it looks like that. So there's for FTP, Telnet, email, web service, there's a different encrypted port for each regular port. One of the easiest things you can do for defending these machines that causes the least damage and the least inconvenience is that there's two settings where you can just enforce complexity and you can limit failed logins. The default is no password complexity enforced, and the default is no limit on failed logins. So with these settings, you can just switching on Q, that top one, will enforce mixed case and minimum length. And the Qmax sign, it defaults to no max, but you can set that to a sensible number like 5. And obviously deactivate default accounts where you are reasonably sure they're not being used. For a lot of the FTP email web servers, you can switch them off. It depends on the use of this command here at the bottom, which you should use. The default use of that command, if you just enter it and press enter, is to switch off all services, even telnets, which would then require a physical reboot of the machine from someone in the same room. So go to the references at the end and use it with parameters to actually switch off the correct services. For the privilege escalation and application controls I talked about earlier, it's as much as anything down to application design. That's you can if anyone's used that use attributes in a really unsafe way just because it was the easiest way to make their applications work, there might be instances where you can switch that off, and the authority should be set to, yeah, I guess all. I think you can do other things on that to enforce the use of a password rather than randomly letting people escalate the privileges with no passwords. But rough summary and conclusion from all of that, it's, as I said, it's a very stable, powerful system, and it's good at what it does, particularly for someone who wants lots of batch processing of financial records. A lot of the default states on it aren't really as safe as they were or as convenient as they were back then. It's more that it's lived into some future that wasn't foreseen. I'm not like criticising the system. It is stable and it can be configured in a stable way. But if you are testing them, it can be a lot of fun because there's almost unlimited fun in account hijacking, privilege escalation, and finding nice ways to steal fictional money on a test system. If you do want to learn more, there's a few websites where you can go, and part of the difficulty in practicing with this, I think it's part of the reason they're still in this state of being unsafe. part of the difficulty in practicing an AS400 is because you have to pay a subscription for the operating system to IBM, so it's several £1,000s to get one and start actually using it. But there is that thing that I showed you earlier was me connecting to this public site. You can practice navigating around the operating system and using the commands on that. It is a public service. Somebody's just put that there to be nice. So it's, you know, nice to not go and hack it and try and break it, but it is a nice place to go and learn. And it's facing you via a web server, so you won't be able to nmap it and find a lot of that fun that we did earlier. I'll put the slides online so that you can sort of get these references yourself. I'll tweet about that afterwards, but for anyone who has no desire to follow me on Twitter, I'll give you my GitHub name if you come up to me later. That top slide there is from the guy who wrote Hack 400s. And so there's his slides there, and you can also watch his demo of it at Black Hat Europe. And as well as all those IBM security references, there's the Hack 400 tool can be downloaded there. That there is a proper explanation if anyone ever asks you why you're not reporting the SMB null session. You can just get your words from there on why it's a false positive in Nessus and not waste your time trying to test it. And for a lot of the underlying architecture and sort of design weirdness at the very sort of close to the metal end, that a lot of that is useful to know. I think we just have time. I've got time for questions. Yeah. Yep.
Are the AS400s actually being replaced, or will they just stay there for years and years to come?
I've never actually asked someone how old the actual box is. I assume they'd had it since the 90s or early 2000s because there was users who hadn't logged in since then. But I don't know if that's been upgraded or if that box has just functioned in its default state for 20 years.
I mean more like migrating off to something.
Yes, I think it's certainly possible to do that from looking online.
What are the hashes for the passwords? What type of hash is it?
It seems to have an almost infinite number when I've done it of NTLM and MD5. There's some, usually you can get like nice, easy, crackable hashes. I don't know why there's more than one type, but there is when I've looked in it in Hack 400.
So is it similar to MD5 or something like that?
There is MD5 and NTLM. I assume the NTLM is for the supposed interaction with Windows.
Does it only speak IP? Does it only speak IP network protocol?
Oh, I don't know if it only speaks that. That's the only thing I've ever seen it using.
Do you ever get organisations say, we want you to do an unauthenticated pen test on this? Or do they always open up and say, look, let us know what's doing?
It's always been with credentials.
Yeah, okay.
It's normally they ask you what, they give you 2 or 3 credential types for like different users of a financial application, yes.
And are there any examples of these things being compromised and real money going?
Part of the reason I did this is like, I've never seen any evidence they've been compromised. A lot of the time they're internal only.
Segmented.
But
easily,
yes, I don't know to what.
So you just cut the stuff out now.
Yeah, I've never heard a report of one being hacked.
Not yet.
No.
Yeah.
I'm interested in getting some slides off you. How do we do it?
If you want to just go to my, I'll put them on GitHub later.
Yeah.
So
Get over there.
yeah, I'm on GitHub. Nick Dunn, but it's N1CK.
Go on, put it in then. Just stick it in.
Aha, the important folks are here though. The important folks. Yes. Hello!
Yeah?
Yeah.
Hey, yes.
And that's you there.
Yeah, that's me.
Super. Great stuff.
Perfect.
Take it easy.
Cheers.
That's okay. Which I love, of course. I'm not just saying that because they're like, oh, I've gone more. What time is it?
One past still.
That's for me not being say you have more than that speaker.
Thursday night, because
I'm assuming she's decent.
Kind of weird because it feels like she's
She's gonna throw me in his eyes. God damn, no one cares. Okay, right. These over here.
Here's a few clips.
Into position. HDMI cable. No, that's a USB-C. Is there a HDMI cable? Oh, that's actually HDMI behind there. Cool. Thank you. How are we doing the audio? No, where's the mics? Set up. You don't know, okay. Fair enough, I'll just project my voice to the best of my abilities. Let's get this thing some power. Hopefully a few more people will trickle in while I get power into this. Okay, presentation up. Hopefully this is the right password. Are you opening? Computer. Oh, that's because those buttons don't work, because that would have been helpful. Fair enough. Okay, check display settings.
How do you feel about the animation? You go all the way back. It's weird. The first two seasons are so the voices as well.
Are you
sure this is live? Because I'm not seeing a second monitor. Oh, hang on. That may have just picked up something.
Success!
Right, that's mirroring. Okay, so now extend. Keep. Check I had nothing confidential on my desktop. No, I didn't. Okay. Excellent. Right, are you ready to begin? Excellent. Well, I was going to start by saying some of you may have seen an older version of this talk, but looking at who we have in the audience, I think most of you are new for this. So, I'm Michelle Disraeli, and I'm here to talk about the joy of the false positive. And yeah, who am I to be talking about this? Well, turns out I've been doing this cyber information security thing for over a decade now. And how did that happen? So before I got into doing information security stuff, I did major incident management at Serco, dealing with like the IT fallout from offices going on fire, or data centers doing what data centers do, flood. And then from there, I joined their security operations team. I should note there's no other reason Serco's in front of a burning building. And then from joining their security operations team, I went on to work 12-hour stints in a SOC, security operations center, then did security for DevOps, then ended up being a SOC manager, taking a small SOC from a team of 2 junior analysts all the way to more than 8 people in a follow the sun arrangement around the world, winning multi-million contracts. Then from there, I did some time at Lloyd's Banking Group, transitioning projects into their security operations teams. Then went over to Microsoft Xbox to look at security, privacy, and anti-cheat for their games. And now I'm at Thales Group, looking after Redacted, and also when I'm not doing that, I'm busy looking at how to do security architecture for hosting digital twins. But throughout this all, I've had one huge passion, and anyone who's talked to me personally knows I'm obsessed with security operations. You can't keep me away from it, and indeed at Thales, I'm also doing some SOC consultancy work, helping to improve our internal SOCs and improve our commercial offerings. So I'd like to start this talk talking about why I'm obsessed with security operations. And to do that, we really need to take a step back and ask, why do we even do security? Do we do it because there's cyber bombs and every cyber car? Are we doing it because there's evil masterminds in our midst? Or is it because of the hoodie-wearing hackers lurking and using AI to break into us? That might be what the media and we like to paint it as, but the truth is, we do security because of this. Because we want to keep the world working and people's lives livable and enriched with fun and joy, and not having to deal with the rubbish piling up for reasons other than their own executive dysfunction. And so, the truth is, we do security because organizations face risks on their path to success, and we are here to help them navigate those security and privacy risks. And I'm a big believer that one of the most effective ways for organizations to do this is actually through security operations. So what do I mean by security operations? Well, when you look at security within businesses, a good way of modeling it, you've probably seen this before, is the protect, detect, respond model. And this model, I think some of you may be quite familiar with this. So protect, that's all about governance, compliance, getting the right architecture, the right firewall rules, and it also includes delivering training. And then you've got detection. So that's your classic security monitoring. That's also scanning for vulnerabilities and doing penetration tests. That's where any pen testers in the audience fit into this picture. And it also includes doing things like working with the service desk to make sure when security incidents are reported to the service desk, they're then passed through to the proper security professionals to look at. And then we move on to respond. And this is your classic cyber incident response. It's your vulnerability management works. Once you've identified the vulnerabilities, how do you fix them? It's about your crisis management and communication, and it's about the investigations you then do that may involve other parts of the business. So often you may need to work with, say, HR or finance or some other teams to understand what's really going on, what the implications are, and how, as a business, you can resolve it. But it doesn't end there. This is actually, and I'm sure any of you who work with salespeople hate this term, a virtuous cycle, wherein the outputs from the respond phase then feed in to the protect and detect measures to improve and make a brighter future. So security operations teams actually can do a lot of all of this, whilst you may have a security management layer above it, often translating those policies into processes for protect may fall to the security operations team. And then the response phase, they'll do the investigations internally. Now within security operations, there's then a sub-discipline within there, which is the Security Operations Center. And that tends to cover sort of a lot of the detect activities and a bit of the response, normally the initial triage and understanding of what's been going on. And so this is really what my focus of my talk today is on. But everything I'm talking about in terms of false positive management, I think everyone can learn from and improve the work you do to help organizations manage those risks. So what's life actually like in a SOC? Well, according to one of my previous employers, life in a SOC looks like this, which I think they intended to be comforting rather than deeply ominous. But the reality is, if you're a SOC analyst or running a SOC, your life is spent looking at or looking at the results from things like this, a screen full of automated alerts. So, what does this actually mean, and how do we get to this position? Well, what I like to think of is the idea of an awareness cascade. So this starts with some action of interest from a security point of view, done by a person, or maybe some malware. So that's the underlying action at the start of this. And then you've got the question of, can we actually observe that's going on? So, for example, if you think about social engineering, so a phishing email, that's an observable action on your IT infrastructure. But somebody getting someone down the pub to say slightly more than they should, that's not normally observable by systems that generate logs. Speaking of which, you get the logs. So whilst you could observe it, are you logging it? And in terms of the logs, the sort of volumes we're talking about here, you normally measure this in thousands of logs per second. So for a typical medium enterprise, you're talking a few thousand logs per second, events per second. So how do you find out then exactly what's important from that? We can't sit there reading the matrix as it flows in. So what we do is we set up automated alerts with some rules behind them to try and spot within those logs something that may indicate an action of interest. And one or more logs may result in one or more alerts. So once you've got these alerts, you then need to triage them and work out actually, are these useful? And so if you've got thousands of logs per second coming in terms of alerts, typically this is hundreds per hour. So your classic SOC environment will have 100 to 200 logs per second for a medium enterprise, maybe more, alerts per second. And so converting that still isn't really manageable. So then your SOC analysts have to dig out through those and analyze them to work out which ones of those are actually indicating incidents. which alerts indicate an action of interest from a security perspective. And typically you're talking incidents per day. So that's thousands of logs per second, hundreds of alerts per hour, and a handful of incidents a day in a lot of SOC environments. Some may have more incidents a day, but that probably means they've got correspondingly higher alerts and logs in those environments. And if they don't, I commend you on hopefully managing what we're talking about today. Because, as you can probably guess, if you've got hundreds of alerts per second, 100 alerts per hour, sorry, and most of those alerts aren't security incidents, they're often what we brand as a false positive. So what do I mean by a false positive? Well, first of all, we need to ask, was something detected? And so this is what we mean by the positive or negative aspect. Positive, the detection system positively saw something, or negative, nothing was seen. And then we need to ask, was this detection, either positive or negative, the correct outcome? And so that's where the true or the false comes in. So let's do a bit of a worked example looking at this. So, as I say, got here a nice little matrix, the arrangement. So what might be a true positive for dangers around the home? I think we'd all agree. If you're walking around the home and you just saw a handgun lying there, and you've got little Timmy and Jessica walking around, you don't want a gun lying around on your coffee table. So I think we'd all agree, if you see a gun and identify a gun as a positive threat around the home, that's a true classification. And then you're also walking around and you see a little cartoon doll. And the cartoon doll, that does not register as a danger to your family. So of course, that is a true result because there's absolutely nothing suspicious at all about a Rainbow Dash doll. But then, what about a false positive? Well, unfortunately, some of you may be all too aware that quite often, if law enforcement are involved, they will mistake toy guns for real. And arguably they're right. It was a gun, so they did positively identify a gun, but they shouldn't have, because it's a toy. So what about a false negative? This one's a lot harder for most people to understand. So a false negative is something that did not register as a threat, but that was a false outcome. It should have been seen as dangerous. And let me tell you, you might think a kitten is cute, but I've got the bite and claw marks to prove they are vicious. So let's do a practical example of this with a real incident from SOC. As always, all the examples I'm presenting today have been anonymised where appropriate to not give away details about the innocent or guilty. So, this was from my time, I was doing 12-hour shifts in the SOC, and I got an IDS alert for a double exec call seen in JavaScript. So in JavaScript, you've got the exec command that lets you pass in a string, and then it runs that as if it's JavaScript. This can be a useful thing for web designers, for certain types of activities, when you're not quite sure what the user's going to be doing, and you want a bit of dynamicness to your environment. So you may see one, but if you see two in a row, that probably indicates that the output of the first outputs something else, sort of decodes it, decrypts maybe. So it obfuscates what's going on. And the thing we see with double exec calls is they're often used as a way of hiding exploit kits, other malicious code, because your typical scanners are looking for code that says, do nasty things, but instead, that's hidden. So, it's always suspicious when you get one of these. So let's investigate it. So in this case, the JavaScript file itself was on a site offering an online security service, and it was hosted on a nondescript content delivery network. And you might think, oh, that's got to be boring, right? Well, I put it to you that if you're a bad actor, you might think that, yeah, you'll break into a security services site, put an exploit kit on there, and then people who need security help will instead, they're clearly good victims because they need help, will then attack them. So surely that's dangerous. So let's take a look at what JavaScript was actually identified. Yep, that's definitely not normal JavaScript for a website. And you can see there, yep, it definitely goes through that and then decodes that with a double exec call. So let's decode it. Yep, that's really sus. It should never look like that. Okay, let's decode it again. Okay, so what we have here then is some JavaScript that is just polling for all your browser's information, which is really weird. And it might be benign, but also remember, exploit kits are a thing, and a common first step on exploit kits is understand the browser that's accessing you and decide, do we then take further action? So we don't know yet what's going on. So look into this more. So in this case, the one clue we have is that it has the term incap and encapsula. And throughout that code, beyond setting cookies and pulling all your browser's information, it doesn't do anything with it. And encapsula, being the company name, well, that was actually that security service the code was running on. And it just seemed that they were really aggressively trying to hide their own sort of browser profiling, fingerprinting service that they were doing and that they offer as a commercial service to people who have websites to try and spot people who they don't want to be accessing their website. So I have a question for you all, and this is a bit of audience participation. The alert in this case was for a double exec call. Was this a false positive? So, any opinions?
Depends on the policy of the site, doesn't it? Because like it depends whether you're happy with the supplier doing that.
That's a really good answer. Any other opinions?
I think no, you're trying to detect two exec calls. You detected two exec calls.
We detected two exec calls. That was we positively detected two exec calls, and true, there were two exec calls. So that, and any other opinions?
Some CDNs will try and fingerprint browsers for their bot detection and things like that.
Yeah, so you're saying that although...
It's not very nice, but it's legit.
Yeah, although the detection criteria were met, the rationale is of them doing it is such that this isn't a security incident, that it in fact is benign. So it shouldn't be treated, it should be treated as a false positive. And really, that's what this comes down to. The alert was correctly triggered, but it wasn't a security incident. And as a rule, we, as an industry, we tend to classify this sort of thing as a false positive. However, I would argue that's not the case. It was a true positive, but it was not a security incident. But we can't win there. Yes?
Do you not think it was a positive, but in the wrong context?
Yeah.
And as such, it shouldn't have triggered an alert because it's from a suitable site.
Yeah, that's...
The false positive element is actually the wasting of the people's time.
Well, that's a really great point, and actually we're going to come back to that.
I have additional point regarding false positive, because with such marking as whitelisting, false positive, we just allow this company to how to say, pivot further in the future with different updates and with all this stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is, and that's really what's driving this talk. So whilst strictly speaking, it was a true positive, it was correctly identifying something, we call that a false positive because it's not a security incident. But the thing is that the truth is, we can't change the terminology we use. We're going to, unfortunately, as an industry, keep on calling this sort of thing a false positive. But what we can do is change what we do about this afterwards. And so I've got another question for you all, and I think some of you have already been answering this. Is time we spend on false positives wasted time? Never. Yes?
Depends whether you want to analyse it again.
Oh,
As in waste the SOC time re-analysing the same problem over and over.
that's a really good point. And so, in fact, that leads on to some of my next slides here. Because as mentioned, one of the risks is, whilst it was correctly matching it, that it was overmatching. And this is where the challenge comes in. Because as we mentioned, we want to try and avoid those false negatives. We want to try and spot things that are actually dangerous to our environment. But if we try and reduce the number of false negatives, what we typically see is an increase in false positives. So really, we need to make sure that we improve how we manage false positives and learn from that and improve our processes. And in a lot of SOC environments, what we end up doing is we'll log detailed tickets with all the investigation for the true positives, and the false positives just get closed as false positive with no further details captured. But only by capturing those details and putting in the effort to understand why it flagged up, can we then improve our playbooks or our alerts or processes to actually then reduce the number of false positives again. And a lot of this, in my opinion, comes down to how open we are as an industry about failure. Because let's face it, we're all at SteelCon today, and almost every talk you go to is going to be about how amazing the exploit they discovered was, and how they stopped this big malware ring, and how they defended their environment against something. Everyone's, and myself included, I'm going to be bigging themselves up and talking about them being successful. And yet, is that what we do in the office? Because when we go into the office, instead, what we're normally doing is we're swearing at the applications we use, we're cursing the teams we support for not understanding security. We know we've got staff members who consistently, every year, cause audits to fail. And, well, in general, the internet was a mistake. And then, within the that then extends to the Security Operations Centre. Because within the Security Operations Centre, normally the analysts are sitting there wondering why the hell no one is patching anything. Normally, with a good understanding that the infrastructure, that the environments they support are hella dangerous and are going to be the result of a major incident. And more than anything, I would argue that Security Operations Centre teams are perhaps the only people in a business who really understand what a business is and what really goes on within a business. And yet, what normally appears in SOC reports? Most SOC reports that Security Operations Centres deliver to senior management say that over this last month, we looked at just over 1,000 alerts. Of those, 90% of them were false positives. We raised a handful of incidents. Please, can we have some more money to doing, as far as you can tell, absolutely nothing? That's all SOC reports have. And it's not a good look if you want to keep running your SOC and you want to demonstrate the value of your Security Operations Centre to the business. So I'm going to argue if you want to get better, and we want to get the funding to get better, we need to get better at sharing our failures. And really, the thesis of my talk today is that I would argue that the vast majority of false positives you see aren't boring false positives. They are actionable intelligence. And in fact, ISO 27002, the 2022 revision of it, has introduced control 5.7 for threat intelligence. So now, as part of your security management plans, you are commanded, if you want to pass the ISO standard, to carry out threat intelligence. And that includes not just understanding the bad guys acting against you, but also understanding where the issues lie within your environment and what good looks like in your environment, so you can actually spot the bad when it happens. So how do I suggest that you can then turn these false positives into some actionable intelligence? Well, of course, the first step is the alert might just be awful. And it may just genuinely be a false positive. You need to change the alert itself. And that's always the case. But once you've looked at that, the next question I like to ask, and I get my teams to ask, is, was this false positive the result of configuration, an issue with the way we design and run and code our environments? Or was it due to a user doing something within the environment and taking steps? Then, the other question my team and I ask is, was this activity that we see and we're classifying as false positive something that we consider to be authorized, that we allow within our environment, that we accept? Or was it something that we shouldn't really allow? And that may be the case, that a lot of things that happen in corporate environments really shouldn't be allowed, but are allowed anyway. And I'd love it to be the case that if everything that was unauthorized was an incident, but the reality in a lot of businesses is you get told, no, that can't be an incident. So let's put this into practice and analyze some of these quadrants here. So, authorized configuration. Why might that flag up? Well, again, talking about a client of mine. They were a major business processing outsourcing provider. They had FTSE 100 companies as their customers. And so there was a lot of money running through them and very important services they provided. And so their entire core services ran off Telnet. Sure, it was all internal, but as any pen tester, red teamer in the room knows, just because it's internal doesn't mean it shouldn't be encrypted. And in fact, they had FTP connections that didn't have encryption set up on them. And what's worse is for some clients, those clients cared about security. So they gave those clients VPNs. And those VPN access points were not locked down, so the clients could do whatever the hell they liked from that point. And yeah, I think we've all seen this. This is legacy infrastructure. You know, I've got a saying that there's only two types of systems: legacy systems and those that do nothing useful. And that's the unfortunate reality of things. But that doesn't mean we should just close the tickets as false positives. Because that IT manager who runs that legacy infrastructure, what they need is some ammunition to go to the board and go, we need to fix this. And so you, as a security professional, some of the most empowered people in the business, to give them that reason for changing it, because you can highlight the risks of that infrastructure to them. So what about unauthorized configuration? So I've got no single example for this, because unfortunately, this is every network ever. So unauthorized configuration includes such things as service accounts failing to log on. That's just commonplace. Remote desktop access left on. Again, absolutely normal. And file stores at remote sites. Any company that has a WAN will end up with someone at their desk with a copy of all the key file stores, their team users, sharing it locally. And yeah, sure, that's against policy, but as a business, the word from the pie is ignore it. It keeps the business running, and that's what matters. And that might mean the policy isn't fit for purpose, or it might mean they need to understand what the risks are with the policies not being followed. Again, the security operations team are some of the most empowered people in the business to highlight those risks. Just because it's business as usual doesn't mean we should keep quiet about it. So what about authorized activity? Why might authorized activity cause false positive? Well, let's look at a very real example here. And I think this is quite similar to some of the points some of you were raising earlier. So, we saw an alert for a suspicious DNS query to a .pw domain. And so this was a DNS request for a string of random characters.pw, and that's very suspicious, because a string of random characters is something we commonly see used by malware command and control systems. They'll randomly generate domain names, they'll cycle through those as a way of evading detection or defensive measures. So this is a very common alert that SOCs set up and is often very, very, very useful. It's also something that if you see random characters in a subdomain, that might be DNS exfiltration. And if you ever hear a salesperson saying that DNS exfiltration is just traffic going out over port 52, shoot them. So what happens? So this is very suspicious. So let's look into this further. So this DNS resolved to an IP address in Russia. So again, very suspicious. And this was for a UK local council was the client for this one. So that's doubly suspicious. So we looked up all the traffic. We looked up the traffic that was going for IP address, and it was HTTP downloading JavaScript. Yeah, it was just boring JavaScript, but still, it's kind of unusual, kind of weird. And the referrer for that HTTP traffic was another string of random characters.ru, which again, why would something legitimate use random character strings in a domain name? So what I did was I then chained down the referrer chain. So pulled up the DNS, put up the IP address for that random characters.ru, pull down the HTTP traffic to that, look at the referrer header, and then continue going down that chain in the packet captures. And what do I ultimately find? It's LiveJournal. So LiveJournal these days is, if those of you who are, so LiveJournal was one of the early social media networks back in the late 90s, early 2000s. These days it's owned by a Russian company. And you might think, well, why is anyone legit still using LiveJournal? And the truth is that there's still a lot of communities on LiveJournal, especially minority groups or interests make a lot of use of LiveJournal still and haven't moved fully over to things like Dreamweb or Archive of Our Own or Tumblr. So we'll still see legitimate traffic there. So in this case, this alert that correctly identifies something is a false positive because it's authorized activity. We give people internet access, and well, humans are going to human. If you give them internet access, they are going to do a whole wide range of diverse things. And I think another example of this was one of the environments I've supported had information marked HMG secret. So we had an email rule set up to look for the word secret in email headers. And all it ever found, and I had to review the logs of this every day, was people trying to arrange birthday surprises. Yes, this alert was correctly picking up the word secret, but no, it shouldn't have been. And then the other big takeaway we can get from this, and I think this is an important lesson for everyone who works in security operations and security in general, is that if you're looking at log data, you're going to encounter far more personal data than you think you are, and often some of the most sensitive personal data in the business, because you will find people Googling about cancer, or their sexuality, or their gender, or trade unions. These are all things that we need to treat very, very sensitively as a matter of law. So it's very important that SOC analysts are appropriately trained in this, and that we don't react with surprise when we see this. So there's lots of ways we can learn from these events. So what about unauthorized activity? This is surely always a major security incident, right? If we see unauthorized activity on the network, we raise that. Well, let me give you a real example. As I mentioned, I worked at Microsoft Xbox game studio Rare, so one of UK's longest standing game studios, with their flagship, pun intended game, Sea of Thieves. And Sea of Thieves had a cheating problem at the time. If you're a current player, don't comment. And The issue we were seeing at that time is the cheaters had found a way of making a cheat to pull down a list of every player on a server. They would then rapidly cycle through servers, pulling down a list of players and seeing if any of those players were juicy targets for them. And so, for example, they'd be looking for things like Rare or Microsoft employees. They'd be looking for streamers, especially streamers who are currently online, or just people they had a general beef with. They'd cycle through the servers, looking for the people, and then pile on the server to harass them. And so what we knew is the cheaters were rapidly, whilst the technical work was going on to fix the underlying issue that allowed the cheat, we wanted to see who was using the cheat. So we did a scan for anyone's account who was rapidly hopping between servers, because we knew that's what the bad guys were doing. And what we found was one of our senior team was actually doing this, rapidly hopping between servers. So we talked to them and discovered we'd got the wrong end of the stick a little. Because the thing with Sea of Thieves, so Sea of Thieves is a massively-ish multiplayer first-person game where you're playing pirates and you can fight anyone you like, any other player you like on the server. And of course that means some players want to raise what's known as the Reaper's Mark, a flag that declares that you are a bad person and you're going to kill everyone else on the server. So for fans of multiplayer games, yeah, a player killer. You're publicly declaring yourself to be a player killer. And as anyone who plays massive multiplayer games knows, where you get player killers, you get player killer killers. Players whose hobby it is to hunt down players who kill other players. And the nice thing with the Reaper's Mark is when a player raises it to declare themselves evil, that's then displayed on the map for all other players to see. And so what this senior staff member was doing was they are hopping between servers, checking the map to see if they could see a Reaper's Mark on the map. And if they did, then go find the Reaper, kill them, move on to the next server. And they were really good at hopping between servers really, really fast. So the thing in this case was that our assumptions about our game were wrong. And I think it's an important thing to remember here that the purpose of a system is what it does. If your environment and policies allow for something, even if you think it's not authorized, you're allowing it, and it's going to happen. And sometimes that might be because the activity itself is wrong and you're not locking things down, or it might be that the ideals of governance and management are so detached from reality. Remember, those who write policies and processes normally are not the people on the coalface actually doing the work. So just because it's scary doesn't mean it's an incident. So as you can see, this model here gives you some idea of how you can then place things and have an idea of what the next steps may be in addressing it. But it's not just, the importance of looking at false positives isn't just about threat intelligence and improving your alerts. As I mentioned, as an analyst, you're normally looking at hundreds of alerts per hour, but then maybe one incident an hour. And if that sounds like burnout, you're right. And unfortunately, there are two fates for SOC analysts. They either end up ignoring everything and logging everything as a false positive, or they decide the only way of explaining so many alerts is there must be a major breach going on. And they begin shouting about the dangers. So by having a process in place to let them manage false positives actively and turn that effort from wasted into meaningful security improvements, what you do is you help them feel valued and help them feel like they're making a real difference to the business. And there's another thing we can do to help them feel valued, and that's closing the loop. So a lot of security operations centers out there operate on quite a strict first, second, third line type setup. And when I was a SOC manager, so many of the analysts I had interviewed who worked at SOCs with that strict first, second, third line tiering, if they worked on first line, they had no idea what happened with the tickets they logged, no matter how exciting they were. And if that sounds demoralizing, you're absolutely right. And this closing the loop applies not just for things that turn out to be incidents, but turn out to be boring. Because SOC analysts, by the very nature of their job, they're curious. They're interested. They want to know the outcomes and how they can do better. So let me give you another real story. So this is a tale about a financial services client of mine, and they had high street banks. And a common form of fraud at high street banks is where the bank teller accesses an account again shortly after they accessed it because of a customer. This is something that unfortunately was often seen as a means, so the bank teller would keep details of the account. After the customer went, they'll go back into the account, shuffle money around a little. Just a side note here, most bank tellers committing this sort of fraud, they're not evil people. They normally have ended up with a gambling problem or a health condition or something else shitty in their life they don't know how else to handle. And so some of the work the financial institution was also doing was on making sure people knew how to access help, because that was the most effective way of reducing fraud. So the SOC I was supporting saw an alert come through for this sort of transaction, and it was really regular. It was every Tuesday at the same time. So this is really quite clear indication of fraud, right? So this was passed by that SOC team through to the proper fraud investigators. They went out to site, sat down with the bank teller and the manager, and went, we can see here, every Tuesday at 11, you access this one customer's account. And then half an hour later, you access the account again. This is really suspicious. And the bank manager and teller looked at each other and laughed. And it wasn't because they were just that evil. It was because they had a regular customer, or rather customers. There was a sweet old couple who every Tuesday would go shopping. And then they'd come to the bank, and the sweet old couple then at the bank, the husband would go in on his own, or the wife waited patiently outside. The husband would do his banking needs with their joint bank account at the bank teller, go back outside, and then the wife would go in to access the joint account again for her banking needs, while the husband dutifully waited outside. It might be odd, but really it's super sweet and adorable. So this wasn't fraud, it was just an unexpected, sweet activity. And luckily that fraud investigation team was able to pass the story on to the SOC so they could understand what happened and that they were right to raise it, even if it turned out to not be a security issue. There is a final reason, after all of this though, why I think it's important to actually give your analysts time to look at false positives. And that's that if you trust your analysts, they'll become beginners at threat hunting. So another incident I handled, I got an alert for malicious shockwave flash file, pulled down the file, looked at it. The shockwave flash file was a boring video player. We knew about this. It flagged up as a false positive all the time. And I went about my day. Half an hour later, though, my brain went, what was the URL for that again? So I went back, looked at the logs. Oh no, this is Godowski. Next log, frantic, furious and female. Next log, sexy maiden witch. And I still am an anime fan. I used to be really into the anime community, in fact. And so I was aware that the rest of this long list was all hentai, Japanese animated porn. And the IP address was a public library. So this was someone having what the kids would say is a goon session at a public access computer in a library. And so the truth is that when you get a false positive alert, they can often actually be an indicator that something's a little off. And if you trust your analysts and give them the time to investigate them properly and document the false positive, they might actually uncover the real incident lying underneath. So, in summary, security operations, I think, is one of the best ways for organizations to help manage the risks on their path to success. You typically have thousands of logs a second thousands of logs a second, hundreds of alerts per hour, and a handful of incidents a day, maybe a dozen. And so you get a lot of alerts and rarely incidents, but are they really false positives? And so by classifying false positives, we can help take action to manage the risks, and being honest and open about what you're seeing can actually help the SOC show its true and full value to the business and help address some of the real security risks. It can also, by letting analysts properly classify false positives, help avoid analyst burnout or nihilism. And you can also help analysts feel reported by reporting back to them the results of incidents, especially when they turn out to be false positives. And let us in general just feel less afraid to start to talk about our failures, both at conferences and within our organisations. Because only by talking about the issues, the boring stuff, can we actually start addressing any of it. Thank you, everyone. If you have any questions, I would welcome them, or alternatively, please feel free to share any of your favourite false positives, and I'll be around all day if you want to catch up in the corridors. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you for the talk. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions about the game.
Oh no, always.
So my name is Anna. I'm a SOC analyst at the moment, and we are working for like a lot of MSSP, right? So we have a lot of customers, and I'm now in a role where I'm training some of the newer people maybe, and I want to know how do we avoid burnout. It's a hard one, I know. Considering like we try to obviously automate, we try to tune, try to making sure that like people understand what we're looking for, and like I thought like curiosity should be there, etc. But our people I've noticed are starting to either burn out and close everything else, just don't care. You know the kind of approach.
So I would say that the first question is why actually have an emotionally safe environment. Create an environment where they feel able and safe to talk about what's really going on. Because if you're finding that you're in a position where you're asking me about that, that suggests to me that, and this isn't no fault of your own, because I think this is the default state for most organisations unless you take on a lot of active measures, is that the analysts probably aren't talking about what's really going on for them, where their frustrations really lie. And
we won't go with that because we actually made a monthly survey, anonymous survey, to make sure that all the analysts can just dump all of their ideas, frustrations, and whatnot. And that's been helping a little bit, but because of the magnitude of, how many clients we've got, etc., and that's more people coming in, we're still missing some stuff. Let's put it this way.
You always will. And
that frustrates me because I'm a decent analyst, let's put it this way. So I want to make sure that I can help people who are maybe new to follow the right kind of logic rather than copy mistakes of other people.
I think a lot of it is about making sure they feel empowered and that they see that what they're raising is actually listened to and action taken.
Yeah, you see that's a problem because like so when you're at MSSP, some clients don't care.
Yeah. Well, I think a big part of that then is, so a bunch of the SOCs I've ran have been MSSPs, so I'm very familiar with this. And I'm familiar with a lot of your challenge there is the nature of being an MSSP is often the clients aren't paying you enough to do really good security work.
Yeah.
And that sucks.
Yeah.
So part of that then is figuring out how you can still get value from the actual work the analysts put in. So if you have any spare capacity to let them investigate
Mhm.
and get your analysts, say, classifying false positives themselves.
Yeah.
That can help.
Yeah.
Shall we go? 'Cause I'm sure the next
Yeah,
presenter
sorry.
will get set up.
Sorry, of course.
What's the next talk, Lucy?
In this room, it's the compilation one.
Oh,
It's gonna be Tom.
oh, it's the compilation
Yeah,
one.
Tom Blow. Introduction to code compilation.
Oh, neat. One I actually want to see.
He's really nice.
So let's find a seat and then keep on talking.
If that's okay.
Yeah. Do you want to keep sitting here? Or do you want to move through
I'm going to keep sitting here, but you don't have to.
Yeah, no, I'll move in here. Neat. I mean, come round, give him a shout, and we can chat away.
That was a good talk.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
I was,
food for thought.
yeah, I was a bit annoyed that the normal security conference meta continued, where no one cares about security operations. I bet you felt that as well. It drives me at the wall that, especially since pen testers get all the money, but they do zero usefulness.
Yeah.
I'm so mean.
What's Tom? You're just jealous.
So, in terms of your SOC, then, how are you structuring? Is that like strict first line, second line?
No,
setup?
we are actually quite good that way. We have like our analysts, myself, we can follow it from A to Z.
Yeah, end to end
Completely.
analysis.
And you want to tune, we can work with our
Do you mind if I ask
So
which
there's
SOC it is?
code compilation.
Quorum, yes.
Oh, Quorum.
We are Edinburgh based.
Yeah, that's.
Over to
I'm
the
pretty sure one of the previous sales reps I worked with is yeah.
I want to feel small, we know each other. That's why I'm trying to be careful what I'm saying.
Yeah, our industry's tiny, so okay, cool. Thank you.
Have you been?
So in terms of,
Probably dates.
so it's really good you've got the end to end. That's a really good first step then,
Yeah.
because an analyst actually feels committed all the way through.
Yeah. If they want to, but like, they gotta have. They can leave it at some point, like once they send off, let's say, to close it, that's fine. But I tend to always be too busy. So I always follow it.
How many analysts do you have?
At the moment, probably over 30.
Okay, so it's actually quite a big team then.
Yeah, but we have a lot of customers as well, so that's what I'm saying. It's progressively growing exponentially, and that's the issue.
Yeah.
Too much to handle, a lot of new people.
And your big concern here is churn, because ultimately the problem you've now got is as you get larger, the meaningfulness of any single employee reduces, and because you get more and more clients, then the overhead increases then of onboarding people.
Yeah.
So I think the big part is also the other thing down is understanding where their career is going, what they want to be.
Mm-hmm.
It would be an uphill battle for some of them,
Yeah.
because I know certainly in my stock, the only way of getting the really skilled analysts I needed
Yeah.
was ultimately ending up hiring people whose career trajectory was going straight into pen testing.
Yeah.
And that sucks because they are really amazing people, and I'm really proud of them. I mean, Lewis, who's probably around somewhere today, is so chuffing. He's with his department now.
Very nice. Yeah.
Oh, Heather and I gave him his first job out of uni.
But that's, I mean, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to always out with like our managers, trying to give the chances maybe of people who are just like, maybe that'll be their first job. So now I feel responsible now because I want to nurture the talent. I want to give back to the community.
Where's your
because
wig?
I'm a career changer myself.
Mm.
So I ended up like
Fair
fitting
enough.
really well, put it this way.
Sorry?
So
of course.
I want to make sure that I can.
I have to change my identity after yesterday.
I think so. By the way, does each client have like a champion? Because that's one of the ways to help. If you've got enough clients, getting each client to have, say, 2 analysts.
Sorry?
Yeah.
They have a senior slash manager who will get off to let's say manager, and that's not an analyst.
That's a manager, senior level. Whereas within each team, once you do that, you get that they can then attend this course as well. Because clients actually love it. Because clients are speaking to people who are directly looking at the logs and seeing the data, so they feel included and looked after. And it's always a better showing when you turn up to the monthly call with the client. If it's just a manager face talking to them, the client knows it's just a manager face. Whereas if you've got the analysts on the call as well, they feel included. And it helps the customer feel like actually the whole team is there, even if they're not. So one thing I would suggest is if you can get secondary champion, vice champion, because that way the analysts can feel invested
Yeah.
in the work they do,
Yeah.
and that way then, if they see issues and the client isn't fixing them, they can at least tell you, they're then empowered
Yeah.
to tell everyone in the SOC about that's the client's approach.
Yeah. Because people are kind of moving up saying like, well, nothing's doing it marvelous anyway.
Yeah.
And that's just not great approaches you.
And something to note there is if something's not being done, one of the questions to run is how can, if it's concerning with analysts, then there's obviously a gap. There's either because the analysts don't know the full context of the business,
Yeah.
or the business doesn't understand the risks.
Yeah.
So how can your team better bridge that gap so you can meet in the middle together? Because that might be a case of helping our analysts improve the way they alert risks and
Yeah.
talk about issues. One of the whole purposes of my talk was to then talk about how you can turn these false positives or boring stuff, non-interaction,
Yeah.
into
Intellectual
intelligence.
Yeah.
And so if you can find ways of doing that, and give them code to log it under when they see it, so then you can help.
All right, so I'm Tom Blue. I'm currently an intern at CrowdStrike, soon to probably be the intern at CrowdStrike. And I'm going to be talking about how the code compilation process works. So why does understanding compilers matter? Compilers are tools which most of us will have used, and it's good to understand how the tools you use work. And it also helps us understand attack vectors that we otherwise would not have considered, which I'm going to get to. A competent computing professional knows about high-level programming and knows about hardware, and a compiler connects the two. So understanding compilation techniques is essential for understanding how programming languages and computers hang together. So let's start with looking at the compilation pipeline. You start with lexing, then parsing, semantic analysis, optimization, and code generation. And we're going to go into every one of those steps and explain what they are. So, so lexing. Lexing, it effectively gives meaning to characters in code. So let's take the string var a equals var b plus 100. The first thing the lexer will do is separate it out into characters. It'll strip white space and kind of group things together as tokens. And then those tokens are given meaning. So like var a, var b are identifiers, equal and plus are symbols, and 100 is an integer. So these tokens, known as lexemes, with meaning, get passed into the parser, the next part of the pipeline. So this takes these tokens, and the parser effectively enforces structure and catches syntax errors. It will generate what's known as a abstract syntax tree, which looks something like this. And this kind of gives a bit more meaning to those tokens generated by the lexer. So like looking at this tree, you can see that you're equating var a to the result of plus, and the result of plus is taking in var b and 100 as inputs. So var b plus 100 is assigned to var a. It gives more meaning to the lexemes that are passed in. So yeah, the parser allows you to think of the input not as a list of tokens, but kind of what you want those tokens to do. And we'll go more into parsing later as well. So this abstract syntax tree, which has been generated by the parser, will then be passed into what's called semantic analysis. Semantic analysis is very, very complicated and could be its own talk in and of itself. But I'm going to talk about two kind of parts of semantic analysis. Type checking and name binding. Type checking is just where you, it's a process of enforcing types within values. So if you have var a equals words and you try adding an integer to it, that's going to result in a type error because it doesn't make sense to add an integer to a string. Similarly, if you're passing a value into a function, it's going to make sure that the value you're passing in is the right type, or else it will cause another type error. And type checking also deals with type inferences. So let's say we have var b equals func b5. The type of var b is the return value of func b. But at this point in the pipeline, we don't know what func b returns, which is where name binding comes in. Name binding associates names to data and So for example, in the example of func B, it'll associate the return value of func B to the name func B. So when func B appears, type checking can correctly infer what type will come out of func B. There's two types of name binding. There's static name binding, which takes place during compile time. So things like a direct function call. And there's dynamic name binding, which happens during runtime, such as dynamic dispatch. The only real difference is that dynamic name binding happens when you can't determine what the name will be bound to during compile time, like if you're calling a DLL, for example. So if we take this code as an example, we can see func B returns an integer, which means that if we apply type checking, the type inference of varb is an integer, and so when we compare varb to an integer, that's valid code because you're comparing an integer to an integer, which is allowed by, and you know that from type checking. So then, moving on to optimization. Optimization is also another massive topic, and also could be its own talk in and of itself. But there's kind of two main optimizations where the majority of performance gains are achieved, which is inlining and partial evaluation. And inlining is basically putting functions within functions. So if you take this code, for example, you have func C, which can either return a very, very long function, or B, which is literally just one line. What inlining does is it'll take B and it'll replace the call with the code from B, effectively meaning there's less function calls during the code. This has the side effect of making code longer, but it means that there's less context switching, and context switching is a very expensive operation for the CPU. The reason why we don't inline the very, very long function isn't just because it's going to massively increase the size of the code. So when your CPU is compiling code, it will cache the next few instructions. And if you jump past those instructions, it incurs what's called a cache miss, which will mean that the instructions have to be fetched from memory, which takes a long time and reduces performance. So by inlining a large function, if you then skip that function, you'll incur a cache miss, which will hurt performance, along with making the code much larger once compiled. But yeah, and the other part is partial evaluation, which is where you propagate known information during compile time. If the compiler can determine what a value might be during compile time, it can just replace that value with, it can replace the expression with the value it would result in during compile time, so that that doesn't have to be evaluated during runtime. So for example, if you take this code again, assuming that var c doesn't change before func c is called, we know that var c is going to be false, and so we know that the if statement is never going to enter the first branch. So we can just get rid of the first branch entirely. This is kind of an extreme example, but you can see how we've taken what was a little bit of code into and turned it into effectively one line, because we inlined function B and we used partial evaluation to determine that the very, very long function was never going to be called to begin with. Another part of partial evaluation is what's called constant folding. So if you have const A is equal to 533, for example, and we use const A in various places, you can just get rid of const A and replace the places where const A is called with is referred to with its value, which then also means we have this expression 533 plus 12, which is now something that we can determine during compile time. So we just replace that with its value, which again results in performance gains because it's less work to do during runtime. And then finally there's code generation. Code generation there isn't that much to say about it, but the three main steps are instruction selection, which is deciding which instructions to use. In complex instruction sets like Intel and like Intel's architecture, there are many, many instructions which can do the same things, and so instruction selection is where the compiler will determine which instructions are the most efficient to use in which places. And there's also instruction scheduling, which is what order to put those instructions in, which can have a surprising impact on performance. Previous to working at CrowdStrike, I was a researcher at the university, working on embedded system security, and I remember adding a single assembly instruction to some assembly I wrote, and that reduced the performance of the code by like 8 times, because it meant that due to the CPU and RAM running on different clock schedules, the CPU then had to wait for the RAM to sync up clocks, and it, like a single instruction, reduced performance massively. And then there's also register allocation, which is determining which registers which variables go into which registers. So that's the pipeline, but this is a very simplified pipeline. So if we were to look at what a real pipeline might look like, this is an example of what LLVM might look like. So you have lexing, parsing, semantic analysis still, but then you have what's called intermediate representation, which is kind of between your source code and the machine code that it ends in. And you apply optimizations on the intermediate representation over and over again, because once it's been optimized, you can then optimize the result of that even further. And as you do that more and more, the intermediate representation goes further from your source code and more to machine code. Another example, this is what C# would look like. C# does result in a .exe file, which makes it look like it might be compiled, but it isn't. It uses what's called a just-in-time compiler. So you get to intermediate representation, and that intermediate representation is passed into what's called a just-in-time compiler, which compiles your code as it's being run, hence the name. And optimizations are done during during the execution of the code. So you have this wall in between compile time and runtime. Everything behind the wall happens during compilation, and everything else happens during runtime. And then we have interpreters, which are again lexing, parsing, semantic analysis, and intermediate representation. And then the intermediate representation is passed into what's called a virtual machine. And the virtual machine can go into either code generation or into an interpreter. The interpreter is a lot slower than code generation, but is able to extract more context out of what's being run, and can therefore feed that into optimization, so that when code generation is used, it can potentially achieve optimizations that you couldn't achieve during compile time. So everything after the virtual machine happens during runtime. I was considering making every diagram like this. But yeah, so let's go back and do parsing. Parsing, people seem to think it's like this super scary thing, but it's literally just a process of analyzing strings of symbols, and everybody parses. Like the sentences I'm saying right now, everybody's brains are parsing, because parsing applies to natural language as well. Parsing verifies syntax, but not semantics, which is why we need semantic analysis after parsing. So for example, the sentence colorless green egg is syntactically correct, but semantically, colorless and green don't make any sense. So whilst this would pass, if we were pretending this was code, this would pass parsing, but semantic analysis would fail because the sentence doesn't make any sense. And in the context of programming languages and compilation, the parser turns formal grammars into abstract syntax trees, which was shown before. So what is a formal grammar? Grammars define the structure of languages. It defines kind of what the correct syntax is. And it goes through, you put the formal grammar through what's called a parser generator, which will result in a parser, which will then parse the formal grammar that you designed for your language. So, so yeah, you take the lexemes, you parse them, and then you parse them against the kind of formal grammar, and that's what creates the abstract syntax trees, which have more meaning. So taking this example again, a formal grammar for this might look something like this, where you have assignment being an integer plus an equals plus an expression being an integer plus and a plus and an integer. And you can also have the expression have multiple definitions. An expression could also be an integer, and an expression could be nothing. So if we look at the abstract syntax tree, you have addition, which matches the pattern for integer plus integer, assuming var_b was an integer. And then we have assignment, which is an integer plus an equals plus an expression. And since the expression matches the first rule, we kind of simplify that into an expression, and we have an integer plus an equals plus an expression. So, I just realized I kind of had cool animations for this, but I've already explained it, so. But yeah, so kind of a more general formal grammar we could create for this is this, where we have a value which could be any data type, a value which could be an expression, and a value could be nothing. And then we kind of create a language which will allow for the generation of the syntax tree, but also be more general and allow other types of syntax trees. And so formal grammars are typically represented in what's called BNF, and this is what it would look like in BNF. So the first formal grammar I showed was kind of a simplified version to try and make it look less intimidating, because these symbols do look scary. The epsilon in value, by the way, just means nothing. So value equals epsilon type expression is just nothing or an expression. So if we were to look at a real world example of a formal grammar, this is a formal grammar for JSON, and this is some JSON that will pass with it. So we notice that the apples are strings, and value includes a string literal, so we can replace those with values. And then we have pairs, which is a string literal colon value, and we have a string literal colon value twice. So then we can evaluate that to be a pair. Then we use the pairs and t-pairs rules to turn them into pairs. This is the reason why we have these kind of duplicate rules is because this grammar is designed for what's known as an LR1 parser, which has one look-ahead token. It's designed in such a way that you can evaluate the grammar whilst only looking at one token ahead, which is very good for code because it means you can more efficiently parse. The reason why natural language isn't like that is because natural language is much more flexible than code, and is therefore less efficient to parse. But yeah, so then we can turn the kind of curly braces with pairs into objects, and then we use the values the values rule to turn it into a values expression, and then that turns into pairs, and then that turns into an object. So you can kind of use the formal grammar for JSON to evaluate that JSON string into an object, and then that would obviously get passed into semantic analysis and would go through the rest of the chain. And the abstract syntax tree for this would look something like this. This is obviously massively shortened because it'd be absolutely huge. But yeah. So the actual security bit, supply chain attacks. So I've explained kind of how compilation works. And one thing to note is that compilers are compiled by compilers. And that means that if you have a malicious compiler which modifies the output of your code, you can have that propagate to other compilers quite easily. And this is from Ken Thompson wrote a paper in 1984 called Reflections on Trusting Trust, where he kind of explained this concept. And explained how you could kind of expand a C compiler by adding changes which would then propagate into whatever that compiler compiles. And if that compiler compiles another compiler, you could have the change propagate to that compiler and kind of have a supply chain attack which propagates throughout the entire supply chain. And this is obviously bad because you could have perfectly fine source code. A complete analysis of the source code won't find the vulnerability because the vulnerability is in the compiler. And it would make your otherwise benign code malicious during compilation. Which, this seems like quite a theoretical attack, and that's what I thought at first as well. But looking into it, there are a couple of real-world examples. So in 2015, 4,000 iOS apps were subverted by Xcode Ghost, which was a malicious version of Xcode that affected Angry Birds 2 and WeChat and various other apps. There was Octopus Scanner, which was quite cool, and it backdoored and spread through NetBeans projects by modifying the NetBeans compilation pipeline and propagating to loads of NetBeans programs over GitHub through the compilation pipeline. And then there was also Operation Shadowhammer, which in 2019 modified code compiled by Microsoft Visual Studio to make C and C++ programs compiled by Visual Studio malicious. So if you look at the Octopus Scanner in more detail, because I found the attack really cool and I just want to talk about it. The malware would first scan to see if NetBeans existed, and if it didn't, it would do nothing. But if it did, it would inject a dropper into every jar file. If you're not aware, a dropper is just, it's some malicious code that will drop the actual payload somewhere in the file system and then run it. The idea being that you don't have to then spread the entire payload, you can just spread the dropper. And the actual payload typically was a remote access tool. So they were, so everyone infected by this would have a rat on their system. And it modified the compilation pipeline to ensure that the infection persisted and spread. So every time you compiled anything with that version of NetBeans on your PC, it would then inject the Octopus Scanner into everything, which then meant when this was uploaded to GitHub, say, someone clones it, modifies, uploads it again, not only have they kind of spread the malware even further, everything else that they now work on in NetBeans will also be infected with Octopus Scanner. So, yeah, looking into it a bit further, I found that there was a remediation known as diverse double compilation. It was described in David A. Wheeler's 2009 PhD dissertation. And the idea basically is that if you have, so compilers come in what are known as families. When you have a compiler and you improve upon it, that's kind of the next generation of that family. And compilers from the same family will have certain similarities. And diverse double compilation is a way of using a trusted compiler within a family to verify the output of compilers that are a derivative of that compiler. The idea being that if you have one known good compiler within a family of compilers, you can then use that to verify every other compiler in that family of compilers. And it doesn't assume that the DDC doesn't assume that two compilers will output the same binary. It just needs CA to be a derivative of CT. CA being the compiler which is being analyzed for a trusting trust attack, and CT being the known good compiler. Some people might ask, if we have a known good compiler, why don't we just use that? But as compilers improve, the code that gets output is more and more efficient. And so by using a known good compiler that might be old, you're losing out on performance gains you might get by newer compilation techniques. But yeah, I flew through that way faster than I expected, but that's the end. If you have any questions, then yeah.
Yeah, with optimization, so you said that you can remove, though it can remove functions, and then that can, I guess, recursively remove a lot of functions if they're also returning static values. But then if at runtime your code is trying to access through memory these functions, at compilation time it wouldn't know that you're doing that. You'll be doing it at runtime. So that optimization will break the code?
So what would happen in that case? If you're referencing the part of memory where that function is, then that function won't be optimized because it would break when you try to reference the memory where it exists.
So it would protect against it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So before I get into my actual question, just to give you a bit more detail. Firstly, if you're writing code like that, don't. and secondly, if you need to write code like that, that's where keywords like volatile in C come into play. So you explicitly flag it in your code. The compiler knows, don't optimize this. I'm doing some dangerous stuff.
Yeah.
So my question for you though was a great talk by the way. Was we're seeing increasingly use of tools to do static code analysis before you then send it off to compilers or ship it out. Are there any? How do static code analysis tools work? How does it compare to compilers? And what security implications might there be?
So, from my understanding, static code analysis tools analyze the source code to kind of find mostly common vulnerabilities like SQL injections, etc. This is something that would be subverted by a trust attack because while the source code might be perfectly fine and secure and benign, the compilation is typically one of the last steps in the supply chain after QA, after static code analysis. So static code analysis does work quite well and it's useful, and a lot of most organizations use it within their supply chain. But static code analysis usually works on source code, which is which could be completely fine in this context, but still output something malicious because there's an issue with the compiler. Yeah.
How do you compare the compile output from an early family, your trusted one, which is an early member of the family, to a later one, where all the optimizations are surely I mean, it could be more than just optimization changes. It's going to be outputting completely different binary code, I think. Well, not completely different, but heavily different.
So typically within families, kind of the way compilers implement things are the same, and I don't know exactly how it works. The PhD dissertation is very long and very complicated.
That's why it's a PhD dissertation.
Yeah, exactly. But it's basically, from my understanding, the idea that you're able to verify that the code functions the same as the output from the previous version without any actual kind of functional differences. And the reason why you need something from the same family is because the implementation details of how, like what instructions will be chosen, how things will be implemented are typically the same throughout families. Yeah?
So I'm an offensive security person, I'm not like a developer, but last year what happened was the exec library was backdoored by somebody who pretended to be an open source developer for years. So in my mind, this sort of library dependency attack sounds along the same line of family of sort of the compiler propagation attack that you mentioned. So would you see a big risk in big family sort of open source compiler like the GNU C compiler that a lot of people use, but the maintainers actually could be prone to social engineering and so on. Is it talked about enough in the community?
That's a very interesting point. Open source compilers are kind of at risk to this kind of attack. And I've spoken to some companies who work, especially in cryptography, where a minor change could defeat cryptography and make something no longer cryptographically secure. And oftentimes organizations like that don't use open source compilers. They'll use compilers which are known good because of this kind of attack vector. I mean, obviously, if you were to, say, like with the octopus scanner, add a rat and have a bunch of network traffic, that's quite a noisy attack and would be detected quite quickly. But something smaller, like kind of changing how an encryption function works, a cryptographic function works, would be fairly quiet and might not be noticed for a long time. So it's kind of, yeah, open source compilers are at risk of this kind of thing. And a lot of companies that work on kind of cryptographic, on things which have to take this kind of attack into consideration often don't use open source compilers for that reason, or will use a known good version of an open source compiler.
And about standard compilers without any malicious intent, can we predict some level of certainty about some vulnerabilities some series of compilers produce?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Series of vulnerabilities.
Are they checking for vulnerabilities to
No,
compilers?
no. I mean, we have like C compiler, like 11.
Yeah.
And we know that any snippet it produces will be vulnerable to buffer overflows, to some injections, and with any modifications and further development, we can expect that these vulnerabilities will be in that applications anyway.
I think within most organizations, it's going back to static code analysis, where if there's a buffer overflow present on this.
About phasing, I would say, more about phasing, because yes, static code analysis is just statically deselect all these leak stems, right?
Yeah.
But about phasing, more about dynamic.
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. Yeah.
How would you say about supply chain and phasing all these possibilities?
Oh, do you mean fuzzing the binary at the end? I mean, I suppose that might work. It's not something I've looked at, so I couldn't really say for certain. But I definitely think, like, in areas where this kind of vulnerability is this kind of attack vector is kind of an issue, there should be some kind of analysis on the compiled binary, which fuzzing could be used for.
And about options, because when you compile, you have some options and you select optimizations, switch off some different configurations. How about this non-standard configuration?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Because when you compile, you just have configuration set up, target architecture, target, I don't know, cache structure, all this stuff. But when you fine-tune this configuration, you can produce some malicious.
Do you mean having compilers which might produce malicious code for certain configurations?
Yes.
I suppose then you'd have to kind of apply diverse double compilation to those specific compiler options. I mean, from what I understand, most of the time it's kind of during a trusting trust attack, the malicious code would be injected regardless of compilation options, just to kind of otherwise it would be very easy to accidentally avoid making your code malicious.
Yeah, thank you. And about this again, supply chain that you mentioned. Oh, we already trust these compilers. We verified 1,000 times that structure, that architecture. But every day, every week, we have a lot of CVEs in legacy code, in some already trusted, already verified, because with different approach you can find something.
Yeah. A vulnerability in a compiler would be a different matter, because a compiler could be vulnerable kind of because of an oversight from the developers or something along those lines. This is looking more at an attack where a compiler is made malicious on purpose, where the vulnerabilities are injected by the compiler and kind of intentionally. Yeah, you could probably find many vulnerabilities in trusted compilers, but they generally wouldn't be injecting malicious code into your applications.
I see. Thank you.
Any more questions? All right, I suppose that's it then.
Well, half hour, yes, but effectively, I just wanted to work this lovely presenter. My back up here, and then talk with Tom. Hello, great talk. Thank you. Really enjoyed that. So I'm one of those nerds that back when I was in sixth form, God, 20 years ago now, I actually got the Dragon book out of the library. you know what I mean by the Dragon book?
I do.
Yeah. So this is like I care about. And so one of the things that, so my question I asked actually was being a bit sneaky, because And so this is, so I'd love you to get this talk again to more places.
Yeah.
So it's like, think static code analysis can be done by two means. Firstly, by just explicitly regexing for terms, things that you know about.
Yeah.
The other route is you parse it, and you do the parsing change, you just don't compile at the end. And so there's an interesting set of questions there. Are you using the same parser as your compiler?
That's a good point. So we actually, within CrowdStrike, we have this tool which will kind of automatically statically analyze a bunch of different things that come through Falcon. And so we had an issue with PE files in that Microsoft is really annoying, and they will often silently change how they implement the kind of way they run PE files without updating kind of the
community.
Yeah. So
yeah, that's.
So
do you read the blog, The Old New Thing?
No.
Yes, you should. You do now, because you will love it. It's Raymond Chen is so he started in Microsoft back doing regression testing, compatibility testing of software back in the Windows 3.1 type days.
Yeah.
So he talks about the underlying stuff and a lot of the reasons why Microsoft keep fiddling with how PE standards are implemented. So yeah, it's.
Yeah.
Get in touch with me if you want a reminder about that.
Yeah.
You'll love it.
But yeah. Our way of detecting whether something was a PE file, because oftentimes malware will remove the headers just to make it harder to statically analyze. Because if you don't know what file format it is, like how do you statically analyze?
You strip the PE header off and then you put it back on at the end. You avoid all that dynamic analysis.
In fact, there are cases where you can strip the PE header and just not add it back, and if you run it as an executable, as a portable executable, Windows will still execute the file fine, because the actual standard is not very strictly enforced. Which
try it.
Yeah,
so that is I should note that's not the fault of Windows not enforcing the standard. That's probably because somebody somewhere writing some business software decided that they would make their software smaller and load faster because it just didn't include the header. And so enough companies have been doing this, and some compiler did it, that Microsoft now just have to go, fine, we'll run it anyway.
Yeah.
Because that's inevitably with all the stupid stuff in Windows, that's normally the cause.
but yeah, so that meant for PE files, we had to write our own lexer and parser to parse PE files and see if they would execute. To determine if they were PE files, because that was the only way we could find to actually do it.
But what if? Okay, I mean, if it's obfuscated, that wouldn't really work.
If it's obfuscated, it would still work because it would still have to.
Have an entry.
It'll have an entry point.
It'll have an entry point, and it'll have to run. And if it can't be lex and parse, it can't run. At which point, it's not really malware anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if you take a piece of, if you have another kind of loader to piece it together later on. That is true. It's already in memory
then. But generally attacks would be less sophisticated than that, because if you have a separate loader to then piece together a PE file, which you then execute, that's many points at which the attack can be stopped, and they kind of want to minimize that. And it's not really something that will massively negatively impact them, because the only thing it protects against is people statically analyzing.
I have a question for you. I'm sorry if I'm jumping the queue here, but what do you think about these new languages like Rust, which are so different, right? Like happened with Go. When Go came out, like detecting Go malware was difficult because they're so complicated, and like reversing it and all that. So now Rust is there in the picture. Is there? Do you see? Yeah, now it's starting to be used more and more for offense.
New languages are a good thing because there needs to be kind of advancement in code. I mean, I think that just really applies to anything. If you have new features within C or C++, and that's new things you have to worry about from a security perspective, there isn't really much you can do about that. I personally am not a huge fan of Rust. I like C and C++.
No, I understand. do you think CrowdStrike would have the same? Nothing internal, but like just out of curiosity, do you think CrowdStrike would have a good coverage of Rust?
Yeah, we do. We have like one person on our team who's literally only.
To say that. He has to say it. He has to say it.
Yeah. We have like someone on our team who's like exclusively reverses Go code, because Go is a pain in the ass to reverse engineer. We have people who do Rust code, and so it's kind of when we have malware written in those languages, we just pass them off to the people who kind of specialize in that thing.
Interesting.
And the thing to know from with respect to your talk is that in all these cases, all these new languages, you still need a compiler. You still need an interpreter, something to
I guess the
parse
instructions
and-
will be messed up. The stack will be a lot different, like the call stack. And all
Yeah, it just means you have to do all the work again to.
May I interject as
Yeah,
somebody who uses malware? I'm a red teamer, so
Yeah.
you form a full circle here.
As someone who uses malware, yeah.
So I would say for EDR products, the behavioral analysis bits are far more useful, in my opinion, than the static bit, because malware can always
Malware.
always be polymorphic. You can encrypt it with whatever random key you generate on the fly. So by signaling actual behavior that the thing does, like networking, like file, or opening processes, and stuff like that would, in my line of work would give me far more trouble than actual, doing the static signature bit. But that would cover like the vast majority of people who only download shit from GitHub and try to run it somewhere.
To be fair, I was fairly surprised when I first started because the benefit of static code analysis over heuristics is that it's much quicker and much easier to. It's less resources.
Performant.
Yeah, and the thing with threat actors is that any time threat actors spend writing code is time that they're not spending coding machines, and so you end up having families of malware where they'll build upon older versions of malware, keep some things the same and change others, and kind of re-release like malware with attributes from previous malware. So one thing that we do is when we reverse code, we look for things which will stay the same throughout families. The idea being, so like for example, I reversed a family which was first seen in January, and the static analysis done for that is still finding new samples today, because when the threat actor iterates on previous versions, there's still enough that's similar for static signature based
To still be able to
to
pick
still
it
be able
up,
to attack. Yeah, so it's kind of they all work in kind of tandem.
What happens with like consultancies or red teams? Like for example, we have like 5 payloads that bypass CrowdStrike. I know MDSec, like all companies as consultants, you have several bypasses.
Yeah.
Right? So everyone has these bypasses. When someone makes a mistake, and there is an OPSEC failure, and that gets submitted for CrowdStrike for review. Can you tell if there is a payload not done by an APT, but it's actually a good guy? Or do we then think that everything is malicious, even though this was actually done by good people?
I mean, to be fair, I've not actually come across anything which we thought came from the red team.
There's so many. Deloitte has so many times their payload. Well, CBEST will leak, and there'll be other companies that they'll get their.
Yeah.
So I should note that surely the only difference between a classic evil APT actor and a red team is what you call it.
Yeah,
no,
really?
No, because in the research
Really,
then CrowdStrike
that's
would come out and say,
detection
we see
capability.
APT 39, which is Chinese actor and blah, 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 but it's like someone in Sheffield, like writing code who's working on it.
Surely that means if CrowdStrike identified a red team's code as being from China, they screwed up.
Yeah.
Slash your red team is really
but also that's my question, how do you stop yourself from screwing up? How do you distinguish between who is the APT and then who is...
So there's certain things which point towards certain things coming from like certain groups, and it's a case of looking at the malware, looking at kind of associated infrastructure, looking at C2 addresses, etc., and trying to determine like who is potentially behind an attack. So for example, there's a relatively new North Korean actor called a famous Shlema, and we the way that was attributed at first. So at first we have what's called an activity cluster, which is where like there's some kind of malicious activity which is somewhat related to each other, and the activity cluster sometimes eventually becomes identified to a certain threat actor, or a new threat actor is created. And it's like one of the things that helped us identify famous Chlema, for example, was that they had an FTP server, which when we looked at it, we found a letter addressed to Kim Jong-un.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Could be Russian, false flag operation.
It could be a false flag operation, and initially that's what we thought. We thought it was a Chinese false flag operation.
Right.
I mean, Russia in general doesn't really do false flag operations because they don't really give a shit about attribution. But China do care about being attributed. Like the Ministry for State Security in China put out a report basically saying, we didn't do any of these things, stop accusing us, because they actually care, whereas Russia don't really give a shit. But there were plenty of other things which pointed towards it being North Korean. You can look at kind of what the malware is actually doing. So for example, if a malware is only looking for intelligence, if it's only being run on, say, US defense contractors, then you can quite safely say it's a nation state, and then determine, depending on what data it's stealing, you can determine what nation state would be interested in this data, who might be behind it, and then kind of investigate those lines.
And how long does something like that? I mean, I guess you run it in a sandbox. You have like something like reversing lights where it gives you like all of the statistics, all the strings out, because I guess you have so much things coming that someone to be able to open it in either and go manually is suicide. Right?
No,
so it has to be all automated.
We have about 1.3 samples a day.
Yeah.
1.3 million, sorry.
Yeah, million.
Yeah, so it's impossible, and we have like maybe 300 people in Intel. So it'd be impossible to statically analyze through either all of them. But we have a pipeline which will kind of, so like, so like for example, when we've analyzed one piece of malware from a family, we write like Yara signatures for that family. We write kind of things to determine what family it came from, and then. Sorry.
Do you pick up on bypasses? Like, is there a moment where like you analyze it and you see, oh, we picked it up, but it's been running for, I don't know, 5 days, so we should have picked it up before. Like, let's see how it bypassed us and then improve.
Oh, do you mean like on a client system?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that happens because plenty of threat actors are trying to bypass CrowdStrike all the time.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm not entirely sure how we pick up on things like that.
But just opinion.
Yeah, I know a lot of things like that are often picked up by our incident response team. Sometimes there'll be weird alerts that come through on Falcon, and when you investigate deeper, you can kind of find, oh, there's weird network traffic, there's weird things are happening, and then you can find malware that had bypassed Falcon that way, and then it's a case of reverse engineering it, figuring out how it bypassed Falcon. And
well, to respond to an earlier discussion, I would say these guys might not want to actually distinguish between the red teams and the threat actors, because if that's comes to be, then the threat actors will emulate the red teams because they know. Well, because
my TTPs are private in the blog, right? So how they read them?
Well, a lot of what we do in the community is okay. Your TTPs might be private, but a lot of the community they do post stuff.
No, I was just curious for statistics, like because it can blow the statistics if that's also bundled.
Yeah. I mean, as a red team, you're probably not going to have C2 addresses which are associated to China, for example.
Yeah, fair enough.
And you're not going to if you're a red team, you're not stealing nuclear secrets.
No, but we target banks, right? So I mean, they would
look
after banks.
Yeah, but if your malware runs once on one system somewhere, then that's.
I see, like sandbox like detections. Yeah, am I in the right place? But
yeah,
got it.
Yeah, like a red team isn't going to have their sample execute 10,000 times on various systems. It'll execute once or twice somewhere.
No, thank you for this. It was a very nice talk. I learned actually a lot.
I'm glad.
I remember back in the day we used to in high school they used to teach us some of the basics for a calculator to be able to parse it, the digits and the brackets and the operations in between, and kind of create the tree that you showed. Very nice.
Yeah, it's a very interesting topic.
Is supply chain attack in compiler something you're looking into in CrowdStrike, or is it
No.
it's before CrowdStrike?
It's actually completely unrelated to anything else I'm doing. It was just kind of a weird side tangent I went down.
Interesting.
Yeah, my main thing is reverse engineering malware, so nothing to do with.
So you're one of the 300 static analysis people.
Yeah.
Very nice. And I guess it's a bit hectic in the last yesterday.
To be fair, Intel wasn't very much affected.
No,
because we're very.
He was busy posting disloyal memes.
What do you mean disloyal memes?
What do I mean?
it's like I picked this colour scheme long before I joined TS, and it's just like work. I hate PowerPoint. Like, I really cannot stand PowerPoint. This is the best free theme that I could find. Like, I'm not spending money on PowerPoint themes.
It's all right, it's not really. None of the videos work. The laptop didn't work, so you're already winning.
It's Badge. Hello, sir. How are you?
Good. Nice to see you.
It's been a while, mate. Been a while.
Someone said you've been busy.
So you could say that. Premium economy, mate. Come on, man. Like, if it was client travel, it would be business. But like, because we're not getting billing for it. Like, you could have the extra leg room.
Expensive business.
Yeah. I'm happy with the extra leg room. I'm happy with the extra leg room. I'm going from Manchester, like direct flight. So. Yeah, I have to go Sunday to Sunday to get on Virgin. It's like 10-hour direct flight if you do holiday kind of travel times. If you try and go like Monday to Saturday, it's like 25 hours of flying into like Europe to go to JFK to go.
I saw one like the other buy. I tried to book up Monday one that goes, it stopped in somewhere in Boston.
Yeah, there was a few.
New York.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the first stage of it was just completely booked out. Yeah, that's what my son's doing. That's why he's got something to see.
Good. Alrighty, hopefully you can all hear me. We'll make a start. Yeah, we're good. Whenever you're ready. Awesome. Thank you. Cool. Hopefully you're all where you want to be. We're still so serial. Yeah, if this is what's coming up. So before I go through this, if you see something and you think this isn't for me, feel free to go see one of the other talks. Like, I'm not going to be offended. I want you to see a talk you're actually interested in. With that said, we're going to look at .NET deserialization and how we can use it in red team engagements. So we're going to do the background, right, just so we're all starting on the same page, and then we'll talk a little bit about discovery. So I've got some tooling to give you to help you find like new vulnerable apps for this stuff. We'll have a look at some of the things we need to consider for weaponization, and then I've got some slides on like detection, telemetry, general ramblings about EDR, that kind of stuff that if you use this for a red team op, you probably want to care about. So yeah, this is me. I get nobody cares about these slides, right? But it is important I give you a little bit of context about why I think I have some business telling you about this stuff. So I am James. I'm on the Targeted Ops team at Trusted Tech. I've been doing InfoSec for like 8+ years, like the last half of that doing red team stuff. And I was a .NET dev for a while before that as well. So like, yeah, been around for a while. If you ask me to describe myself, I will tell you I am a hacker, a lockpicker, a meme enjoyer, and a PowerPoint hater. That will become apparent as we go through these slides. I hate PowerPoint. I tried my best. Like, I'm sorry if you don't like it. And if you want to like chat, see what's going on, like follow like what I'm up to, ask me questions about this talk. I'm this guy on Twitter. Like, it will never be X. It's always Twitter. But like, feel free to see what's going on there. So a bit of background. So in the beginning of time, when SteelCon invented programming, not long after, people
people invented objects. And we're not going to get into like procedural versus OOP. Like my only contribution to that argument is pick the paradigm that best suits the task that you're trying to achieve. But if you go down the object-oriented programming like approach, you will encounter objects, surprisingly. Now these are the fundamental building blocks of how OOP works. They allow you to do like abstraction, inheritance, polymorphism, all that kind of stuff. And you can broadly define them as like an encapsulated unit of data and behavior. So you put all your like values of your thing into a place, like in code logically, and then you put your methods that act on the thing in the same place. The classic example of this is the person object, right? So you have a person that might have a name, a date of birth, maybe a walk method, some other properties that like apply to a person. And if you were building something like a university scheduling app, you might have staff and students who would inherit from people, and staff might have salaries and students might have courses assigned to them and stuff like that. So you would inherit from the person class. All those people have like names, date of birth, that kind of common it defines a person stuff, and then you put other properties on top. And the diagram at the bottom here, I can use my cool little laser thing, is like another example in UML of a train. So like trains have some properties and then you can apply them to journeys and stuff like that. So when I say object, this is broadly speaking what we're going to be talking about. And when we have objects, we probably want to maintain the state of them somehow. So the classic example of this is like the config file, right? So you build an app, you maybe want to have some database connection strings, some other properties that you need to let your app run. And when you close the app, you don't want to have to re-enter them every time, so you like want to store them somewhere. But because you're doing OOP, you want them in a config object, so you can do config dot give me the database connection string and get that value. So we want to store this stuff, otherwise users get angry. And there's a few like other reasons why we might want to do this. Like we store object state for distributed systems like PC, saving application state, sending data over the wire. Like this stuff happens in a bunch of different places. So how do we do that? Well, you can take the object values, like we don't care about the code, we can assume the code is in the place where we're going to use it next time, right? But the values, we take those and we convert them to text, kind of, like bear with me, there's another slide in a minute. And then we store that text representation someplace else, like a database, a text file, like you can write it on a billboard if you want, it doesn't really matter. And then when you want your object back, you do the reverse of that process. So you take the values in your text file and you reconstruct an object based off them. And you just invented serialization, so congrats. The process of taking an object and turning it into text, we call serialization. And when you want to go the other way, we call it deserialization. And when we do this, like you can use any format you want to represent the data, right? Like if you want to use like Morse code or cat pictures or whatever, you can do that, that's totally fine. But when we see this in use, normally there's three kind of common formats that we'll encounter. So there's XML, JSON, and binary. And when we display binary, like humans are terrible at reading binary data, so we display it normally as base64 encoded data. Like, but it's not base64 when it's used, it's just for display. And here's some examples. So use my cool pen, right? The top one is JSON. So this is a person with like a name and an age. Like the top one is JSON. The middle one is XML, and the bottom one is like truncated binary encoded as base64. And if you ever see, like as an aside, this like A, E, A, D, whack, 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 whack sequence, that probably means you're dealing with like encoded data of some sort, probably an object, and you should probably go poke at that because it probably means you've just found a vulnerability. So this is awesome, right? Like we can store object states, we can recreate them, we can put them on disk in places. It turns out this has some fairly like fundamental security flaws. Like if you've done any kind of app testing for client assessments, you're probably aware of where we're going with this, but if not, like there are some like serious issues with this if you do it wrong. So let's do a pop quiz. Here's some code. And here is like a XML serialized object at the bottom. So what do we think is going to happen if we reconstruct this object based on this XML? Well, we have this like conveniently named like intermediate gadget, and it has this like command setter. This is called a setter in .NET. And then when we run the setter, it's going to take this command value and store it so we can use it later, and then it's going to call the public constructor on this exploit class. It's called exploit, right? Like it's fairly obviously going to do something bad, and it's calling into process start, which is the .NET way of running another process from within your code. So when we deserialize this, we'll create one of these, and this will get executed automatically. Like we call this a magic method because it's executed automatically by the runtime when we like reinstantiate the object. The reason for that is like is interesting. So we could take this object and build it in memory, right? And then just poke the values into like this. So when you come to read them later, you can just read them out the object, and that would be fine, except in situations where your setters are also doing calculations. So if you have a person with a date of birth value, and you set that date of birth, and then in code kind of like this, you use that to build, I don't know, you calculate the age, you maybe work out if they're like, if they can have state pension or something like that based on that value going in, and you don't call that method, like when you deserialize the object, your program will crash later on when you try and read values that aren't there anymore. So we call setters automatically because we have to. We also call a couple of other like things, like public constructors are always called when the object is recreated because we need to know what state the object is in. So we would call these magic methods, and the whole like chain of this calls into this we would refer to as a gadget chain. So that's, yeah, the kind of the basic building blocks of .NET deserialization exploits. And when we talk about .NET deserialization, there is one tool that if you look at this in any kind of way, you will come across. That's whysoserial.net. This is the tool for .NET deserialization attacks. There is a Java version of this called whysoserial. The .NET one is, surprise, surprise, the .NET version of it. And this has like a whole bunch of gadget chains in there, like pre-built for you, ready to go. It supports multiple formatters. So formatters are like binary formatter, XML, JSON.NET. There's a whole bunch of them that can do serialization. Most of them are vulnerable in one state or another. Some of them, like binary formatter, can never be safe if you pass user supplied data to them. Others, like XML and JSON, like you can put config options around them to make them safe. But we'll cover that a little bit more later on. And then here is the output of whysoserial for an XML serializer. We're using the object data provider gadget. Don't really need to care about how exactly that works for the purposes of this talk, but this is what it looks like. So this is basically a gadget chain that takes a string, so calc.exe, and passes it into a process start call. And then when you deserialize this, like you will result in calc.exe loading. These gadget chains in whysoserial are all things that are in the .NET framework itself. So the one we saw on the previous slide, that would be a gadget chain in like custom code. These are all framework level, so they are always in the framework and available for you to use. So let's see a couple of examples of the stuff we can do with whysoserial. So this piece of code is going to come up a lot. It's a little demo app that I made for this talk, just so we can have a nice, like, easy way to do deserialization. We're going to put our payload in here as base64 encoded string. We're going to get the bytes from it, and then we're just going to pass it into binary format to deserialize. And remember, there's no safe way of doing this, so this will always result in an exploitable condition. And we build a gadget chain. This time it's with Notepad. We do binary formatter, the object data provider gadget chain like we saw on the previous slide. We stick it in here, we execute it, and this is the process tree. So you can ignore MSS, MVMon, that's the Visual Studio debugger. We have still serial.exe underneath, it's got conhost, fine, it's a console app. But then we have this. We have like cmd.exe, calling notepad.exe. Now, if you're doing bug bounty or like fit client assessment or like web app assessments and stuff where stealth is not a concern for you, this is fine, right? Like go run whatever commands you want. If we're doing this from like a red team point of view, that process tree is probably going to summon the SOC to your location as quickly as possible. Like EDR is going to hate this, you're going to have a bad time, you'll get kicked out the endpoint, and yeah, you've just wasted a bunch of time. So most of the payloads in whysoserial call into process start. And that's just by virtue of the fact that that's what most of the gadget chains do. Now, we can do something else, assuming we don't want to summon the SOC, right? I'm going to make that assumption for the rest of the talk. We can run arbitrary code in .NET. And the ones you're looking for are down here. They have like from file in the gadget chain name. So you can take arbitrary C# code, like a class file, and run it inside another process. And here's an example of that one. So this is the CS file that we're going to run. This is just a basic HTTP post. The only kind of caveat with these is they have to be libraries in the .NET framework. If you use something off NuGet, it's probably not going to work, right, unless it's in the GAC already. But we're just using system.net, which is like core .NET framework. We're going to do like a post message to a URL. And then we build it with this. So we use this activity surrogate selector from file. We target binary formatter. The command is different. So under the hood, whysoserial is building this for you. So we give it the CS file and some DLLs that it needs to reference just to make the build happen. And then we put it in our exploit code here. We execute it, we get our post back to Bert, and then this is the process tree. Again, you can ignore this bit. But now there's no child processes, right? So we're executing code inside that process. And this, from like a red team point of view, is much better. Like now we're doing a bad thing inside, hopefully, a trusted application. So there is one problem with this gadget chain, right? Like if we go back to this slide, notice this line that I added. There is a patch that Microsoft put in for this activity, so we've got select a gadget chain. And you have to disable a type resolution check to make it work. Now, we're going to ignore that for now. We will cover it a little bit later, but for right now, we can just say that like there is a problem that we need to address in a little bit later on. So hopefully we'll kind of understand a little bit more about how this works and why we'd be interested in it. So let's talk about how we can find new ones. So we have some things we want to do to discover this, right? We want to find vulnerable .NET binaries that we can like have a path from user supplied data to an unsafe deserialized call. And .NET is usually fairly easy to like reverse engineer. You don't see many apps that are obfuscated. So we could just start opening apps in like .peek is my decompiler of choice, like other ones exist. Start looking through the code. You can export it to a project file and open it in Visual Studio and just start searching for stuff. But that doesn't scale well, right? Like that's super slow. There are tens of thousands of binaries on a Windows endpoint. How do we know which ones are .NET to start with? Like you're going to spend your 2-week R&D window and achieve nothing if we take this approach. But we can do this better in code. So there are a few ways of figuring out if a binary is .NET. Like you can just try and open it in like .peek or whatever. Like we've already kind of discounted that one. You can literally just loop over it and grep for the string .NET framework. Now this does work. It's a bit noddy and it probably has some false positives and false negatives, but it will get you most of the way there. You could attempt to load it in like .NET Perfection. Now this is .NET's way of running arbitrary .NET code from inside .NET code. It's kind of the best way I can describe it without going way off piece here. But if it loads, then it's .NET, and if it doesn't, it'll throw an exception, and we can assume it's not .NET. We can look at the PE headers, or we can use Mono, which is like a similar thing. This Mono works at the IL level, and again, if you load it and it works, it's .NET. The way I'm doing this is with PE headers. So I'm bringing in this PE reader library from NuGet, and I'm just loading it, resolving the headers. If like it works, then it's a .NET binary. So now we can just loop through every binary on the endpoint and like see if it's .NET, right? So that gets us some of the way there. But then we want to find deserialized calls. And again, we could just go and do this manually and decompile them one at a time and start poking around in them, but that takes a long time. We can automate that as well. So there are a couple of ways of doing this. You can either automate like dnSpy or ILSpy. They have DLLs that you can wrap, and you can just use them in like whatever language you want, and then just like get the decompiled output and then read through them. Or the way I like to do it is just use Mono. So like mono.cecil will like parse the IL for you. This code is missing a piece up here somewhere where it's actually loading it using Mono, but we're just passing it in here. We pass in an array of strings that we want to search for, so like binary formatter, : deserialize, and it will go find all the references to it in that code. And then like we can find all the binaries on the host that are .NET. We can search them for vulnerable like deserialized calls. We wrap it all in a console app and put some threading around it, and you end up with this. So that repo should be public. Feel free to go clone and start like finding your own vulnerable applications. I do have a couple of outstanding things to add to this. Right now it does a file or all files. I've got a couple of bits of like pending commits to do like in a folder. It's also looking for exes and DLLs, so that would be a config switch. But it works, the code's there. You can use this to go find like new and unusual ways to do things. But we can't do it all, right? So if we look at this slide, it's going to give you output like this. So it'll tell you that this like program has a deserialized call in this location. We still need to figure out if it's actually vulnerable. So you're probably back to doing it manually, right? I'm sure you can automate this with maybe CodeQL or like a commercial code scanning tool. I'm not paying for a commercial code scanning tool for this. CodeQL is a potential. Yeah, it's on my list to look at if you get there first. Cool, let me know how that goes. Basically, you want to look for that function, determine if the code is actually vulnerable. So throw it into LinkPad if you're not sure, and it'll soon tell you. And then you need to find all the entry points to that function. You follow that, and you find the entry points to that one. And what you're looking for is user-supplied data going through a series of method calls until it lands in a vulnerable deserialized call. And Serial Killer can help you with this. So if you find, let's say, a DLL with an exploitable call to the binary formatter, but you can't find any references to it. It might just be in an exe somewhere, right? So put the reference into serial killer, search the whole like endpoint, and it will find hopefully a reference for you, and you can build an attack chain that way. So what are we looking for? Well, we're looking for arbitrary code execution. Ideally, we want it in a widely used binary, right? There's no point me finding it in a binary that I wrote on my endpoint, because when I send you a fish, it's not going to work. We get bonus points if it's in Windows by default, even more points if it's code signed. Like going back to like Brandon and Michael's talk this morning, like code signing is a thing that you should be aware of. You get even more points if it's signed by Microsoft. Like these guys are pointing out that most of the legit binaries are signed by Microsoft in the Windows environment. It makes sense, right? And there are binaries that fit some or all of these requirements, and you just have to find them. But I do have a couple of examples to share with you. Bear in mind, if there are one or two, there will be more. So let's see them. How didn't you tell? This was published by Blueprint's blog fairly recently. It's a Microsoft signed binary. It is on every instance of Windows 10 and Windows 11. You can go find it on your Windows boxes right now. And it has a way to pass user-supplied data into a binary formatted deserialized call. Now, if you can figure out a way of getting one of these payloads to a user and having them run it on an a binary on their endpoint, like that'd be kind of cool, right? Like you stage an implant from like arbitrary .NET code, and then it's inside a Microsoft signed binary on the endpoint that you didn't have to send to them. Like, that's awesome. I recommend only reading the blog. Like, it's actually quite interesting how they found it and like the things you need to do to exploit it. Exhibit 2, add in process.net, .exe. This was published by Netitude. Again, they have a tool for this down here. This one spawns a .NET remoting listener, which ultimately allows an arbitrary deserialized call. And they are triggering this via like VBA, chem, Batfiler. There's a few other options there. We'll cover why they're doing it that way in a few slides' time. But again, this is a Microsoft signed binary. I think it's on Windows 10. I'm not sure about 11, but signed by Microsoft and has like a trivial path to arbitrary code execution. And then something a little different. So this was found by Nick Landers back when he was at NetSpy, like a JSON.NET unsafe deserialized call in Azure Service Bus. So they have a component that sits in like the client land and talks out to Azure Power Platform, and he found a path to code execution in there, which got him code execution in like Azure first-party land. So that is code owned and run by Microsoft in Azure in Power Platform. Third-party code is like user-supplied code. First-party is Microsoft. Yeah, go read that blog. It is a really good example of how he found like a gadget chain in like somebody else's code and like the weaponization of it. Again, another Microsoft signed utility that got you into Power Platform. Like, I'm sure you can do all kinds of cool stuff in there. So, we've covered a lot of content, right? Like, we can find these things now. We kind of know what we're going to do with them. Let's talk about weaponization. So, we're back to this activity surrogate selector from file gadget chain. Now, this was discovered by James Forshaw, and it's the gadget chain that allows like arbitrary C# to be executed. And it was patched not long after it was discovered in .NET 4.8. And they patched it by making changes to this system workflow component model, which is one of the DLLs that is part of the chain. And then Nick Landers again, when he was at NetSpy, found a bypass to this and published it. And yeah, that bypass was then used in exploits for CVE 2020-1147, the NSA meeting exchange vuln, and a bunch of others. I think it's used in Aladdin as well. So yeah, this line from our POC earlier, this is turning off that check. So there are some problems with these like arbitrary code execution gadget chains, right? Like this patch exists, your endpoint is probably running .NET 4.8. So we need to disable that check before we can run arbitrary code, or we're stuck with process start calls, and that just makes everyone sad. So we can disable the check like using this gadget chain that I think Nick committed this to microserial.net. But it only disables a check because it throws an unhandled exception. It will crash out with any other like gadgets that you try and stack with it. So you can disable a check, and then you have to send another command to make like your exploit work. Unfortunately, this only works for the application lifecycle. So something like Exchange, where Exchange is always running, right? And you send it stuff, and then it doesn't end when you send it something. You send it the bypass, that turns the check off, and then you send it the exploit, and then you can exploit that NSA meeting vulnerability. Something like my proof of concept code, where it does the deserialize, and then like the app just exits, it's going to clean up all the app pools, and this check will be disabled the next time you run it. So this is something that we need to account for when we're building these payloads. So what do we do about it? Well, we can either send the bypass and then the payload, which works like some of the time. This is what Aladdin's doing. It's why it's using a file to kick these off. Like they're starting add-in process, they're waiting for the listener to come up, they're sending it the patch, and then they're sending it the exploit. We could abandon hope and just use process start calls and just be forever sad. We could try other gadgets. There are others that use this from file pattern. Like there's a XAML one and this old dataset or behavior. These are not reliable. For various reasons, they may not work. They probably won't. If you can find them and they work, great, you can use them. But yeah, there's a good chance they just won't work depending on what application you're targeting. The reasons for that, way outside of what I've got time to talk to you about today, suffice to know for the context of this talk that they have problems with their, like, the applications you can use them in. Or we can do some science, right? And we can go and modify the gadget chains that are already in YSO serial to call arbitrary assembly instead of process start. And this is possible. I'm not going to give you one because, like, I'm handing out free TTPs. Sorry if you were misled into thinking I was going to give you O days, but yeah, you can find them. I promise you they exist. And if you don't have an internal fork of YSO serial, like, go be the hero your company needs and start making some improvements to it. There are loads of things you can do to this without finding new gadget chains that just make it a much nicer thing to work with for building payloads. And we'll talk about some of those as we go on through the talk. But I'm going to like really cheat here and just assume that you've solved these problems one way or another, right? Otherwise, that's it, talk over and we can all go home. So, you've solved those problems one way or another. What are we going to do now? Right, we have some options. So we could obviously stage an implant, which for most red team ops is probably what we're going to want to do. We probably want to get C2 on that endpoint. There are other things we can do. Like we can use .NET Reflection to execute code inside the vulnerable process that we've got an exploit for. Or maybe we could use that like .NET Profiler research that Spectre dropped last month. Like I've not looked at this, but it looks promising. Like if you can run .NET Profiler from in.NET, that probably has some fairly interesting use cases. I'm going to show you Reflection because, yeah, why not? This allows you to execute methods in another assembly with some caveats. So if you have an app that's using tokens to do a thing and you can exploit it with deserialization, you can probably use those tokens. Or if you find an app that's like, go make me a DA and takes a user string, there's no reason why you can't call that method and just make yourself DA. It's going to need some reverse engineering with the app, right? Like you're going to have to do a lot of reversing. It's going to be very context dependent, but if you can pull it off, then you can probably do some really cool stuff with it. And here's a really noddy example. So in my SteelCon serial exe, I've added this. Like it has no references, it's just a public static string. This is one of the caveats. So if it's public static, you can just call it from inside the program with no other things needed. If it's private or it's an instance level method, you have to create a new instance of the application in memory to call it. And that's fine, you can do that, but if your app has like startup related things, it makes it more complicated. But you know, your mileage may vary, like go do science and see how far you get. This is our proof of concept code, so all this is doing is looping through every app in the app domain. It's looking for this method signature, the get secret, and it's just going to print it to console when we execute it. So we compile this with the activity, so we get selected from file gadget, we run it in our code, it finds MS crawlib, it finds SteelCon serial, and then it drops into the program, and then it prints out our secret token, and then it goes through the rest of the apps in there that we don't care about. Notice this one at the bottom, the random name, we're going to cover that in a minute as well, and there's workflow component model in there as well, we're going to cover that as well, but that is part of the gadget chain, so remember that those are there, that will be important shortly. So we built an exploit, we've got this cool thing that does stuff, like how do we trigger it? That's really going to depend on the app and how it's executed and how you pass it data, right? So there are some examples. You can use an LNK to run a binary on the host. You could bring your own land. Like these are signed binaries. Like Smart Screen doesn't apply at this point. There's no reason why you can't just ship them like in an ISO or an exe and run them with like a bat file or something. You'd think EDR cares about that, but surprisingly it doesn't, not all the time. You could do kind of a watering hole style attack and just leave these things lying around and wait for users to happen on them. If you want to do lateral movement, you could use SMB to drop like the payload somewhere on a remote endpoint and then either trigger it with WNI or a persistence chain or however you like to execute processes on a remote host. Yeah, some ideas for you. You will probably, if you find one of these, already know how to execute it by the time you finish doing the R&D to find it, but here's some ideas. Right, we are approaching the end. I've rattled through this a little quicker than I expected, so we can slow down a little bit. OPSEC considerations. So, the story so far. We've found a vulnerable binary. We're going to pretend that my still so serial exe is a legit Microsoft signed binary. Like we've seen examples that, you know, they exist. You can find more. Go use Serial Killer to find them. I promise you there are lots more of these to find. We're just going to assume my demo one is fine for this. We want to stage an implant. So that's like a red team thing to do, right? Kick off an implant. We're going to use Sliver because it's cool and more importantly, it's free. So we've built ourselves a gadget chain that works, and we have a workaround for that like activity surrogate problem. And we put all this effort into building these cool things, and we really want to avoid our Elite O day ending up on VirusTotal the first time we use it. So what do we do? Well, this is the code straight out of the Sliver documentation for staging Sliver in memory. So here's one way of doing it. It's not a way I would suggest you use, but if you want to, you can. All this is doing is reaching out to this like .wof URL. This is the Sliver staging URL. And then it's using virtual alloc, copying the shellcode into memory and calling create thread and then doing wait for single object. So not the best way of executing shellcode, but it works. This public constructor is what is called when we deserialize this. So this is just calling into this method, which does the stuff. It's a pretty good example of you can use these like imports in these like in these payloads without any issue. Like it's all .NET Core Framework functionality. And then we drop it into our like modified binary. So this is the built version of it. We've still got this like type safe check disabled. I don't have a screenshot of Sliver calling in because it's not relevant, but I promise you it works. Like that's not the important part of this. Like you'll just have to trust me. But we got stuff like this. So this is Process Hacker, and this, like for those of you who don't know, shows you a load more telemetry about running processes than like Windows Task Manager. So ETW in .NET is one of the like primary sources of telemetry for .NET applications. Now, like there are other sources of information, but I'm pretty sure all EDRs at this point are like using ETW to get telemetry on .NET stuff. There's way more available than what I'm showing here. Again, this is just for demo purposes, but this is kind of an example of what you can see. So this blue highlighted one, the random app name, this is our assembly that we are recreating with our .NET deserialization payload. And then we have the workflow component model stuff down here as well. These are IOCs, right? Like if you don't modify YSOSerial, and this is an artifact from the way that YSOSerial does its building for you. So if you remember, we pass in a CS file and some references, it does the building for us. It's just using a random name. Like I'm not sure if it comes from YSOSerial or MS Build under the hood, but because you're not specifying one, it just has a random assembly name. So if you're a detection engineer and you can consume this telemetry and you suddenly see processes with like random like application names not backed by memory, like, sorry, not backed by disk, like this is in memory, like it has no like nothing on disk but like behind it, that probably means somebody's messing around with deserialization in your environment. Similar to these like where am I pointing to? Component model down here. This being loaded is also an IOC. We've got another slide on that in a moment. Suffice to say, you can get a lot of information from ETW in .NET. So if we add a basic ETW bypass to our payload, all that telemetry goes away. Now, I'm not suggesting that's something you should do without thinking about it. Again, going back to Michael and Brandon's talk from this morning, this is probably suspicious, right? It's something that is not like a legitimate application, that like the EDR will get a callback from a process being started. It will know it's .NET, and now there's just no telemetry coming for it. That's probably not a good thing. The point of this is to highlight that you have some control over the telemetry that's coming out of your applications, right? And there is stuff there that you need to be aware of. So, how do we detect this? Well, we hinted at like the random application name in the app domain. That is one way. This system workflow component model. This is part of the gadget chain. You can see this module in memory, even with ETW disabled. Like it's just down there somewhere. So a thought exercise for the detection engineers amongst you. How many legitimate binaries do you think load this assembly? And then more importantly, how many of them are in your environment and actively being used? And if you could answer those questions and you can consume this telemetry in a way that allows you to run queries over it, and then you see an application that you know doesn't legitimately use this library, suddenly load this library, well, that's probably something you want to go and investigate, right, and start asking awkward questions like who booked the red team and didn't tell me. And there are other things you can do with this, right, like that. I'm sure, like, I am not a detection engineer, I don't pretend to be one, but I am sure that people better at this than me could look at some of these things and build better detections. This is just one example of how you can use this telemetry. But we can also prevent these attacks. Now, I'm not saying that this is something I would suggest you do without putting a lot of thought into it, but it is possible. So, YSO Serial makes extensive use of the Microsoft PowerShell editor DLL. This is in, without getting too into the weeds, there is a gadget chain underneath the gadget chains that YSO Serial uses under the hood to do a lot of its heavy lifting. And there was, maybe still is, an open issue for this not being in .NET Core, which last time I looked at .NET Core deserialization, you couldn't use YSO Serial because this didn't exist. So what happens if we just remove this DLL? Well, I've seen a client do this, and it worked really well. So they had a sandbox environment where they were taking user-supplied code and they were executing it. It's not meant to have user interaction. It's certainly not meant to be running PowerShell, right? So they just removed this DLL and a bunch of others. And it worked really well. Like, your gadget chains just stop working. You can try and drop those DLLs back to disk. Doesn't matter. Like, you're not getting a deserialization callback from that. It's super effective. Unfortunately, this DLL is used by stuff. And I don't want to stand here and say, go delete this DLL on all your endpoints and like you won't have deserialization issues anymore because you'll probably break something. But if this is a concern for you and you want to run user-supplied code in a sandbox, something to consider, right? Like we could potentially have a way to prevent these attacks from happening. We are nearly done. I've gone through this much quicker than I expected, so I do have one more thing though. Kind of lied to you throughout this talk. So this is a screenshot from my dev VM when I was doing most of the demos for this, right? Like, for those of you who don't know what this means, it means I turned off AV on my endpoint. And AV really is the final boss for this stuff. So all that stuff we did with Sliver, flagged, unsurprisingly, right? Sliver's like fairly well signatured at this point. Building the stager for Sliver in .NET, flagged. Again, not unsurprising, it's public like exploit code. Executing SteelCon serial.exe with a payload containing that stager, flagged. Now that's getting interesting. I mean, .NET, for those of you who don't know, has AMSI in it now, and AMSI will see everything that you do in .NET. It's in, I think, from version 4.8 onwards, maybe 4.7, I forget. When you run .NET code, it basically has a way of seeing what is being executed. So yeah, there's more work required before you can take one of these and build a working cyber weapon with it. I'm not going to tell you how, because, well, I was hoping this was going to be in about like another 10 minutes time, but here we are early. So there are a couple of options for you, right? You can bypass AMSI. Again, that may or may not be suspicious, and you'd have static signatures to get around at that point as well. You could use like a custom C2 that it just doesn't know what it is. You could do something that isn't suspicious, like using publicly available exploit code. That's never a good thing. Yeah, like an exercise for you guys if you want to go and use this in your own things. You need to deal with AMSI and AV detections as well. So there we are. I have one more slide for you if you want like some like background reading stuff. I appreciate you coming. Yeah, feel free to ask questions, shout them out. If like publicly asking questions is not your thing, come see me after. Like I'm cool with that. Or grab me on Twitter. Yeah, pending questions. Here's a slide for you if you want the top two are background research on .NET deserialization in general, and then the tool release link if you're interested. Yeah, any questions? Feel free. Hello.
Do you have any advice for finding new gadgets beyond what you're willing to share in the slides?
Yes. Spend a lot of time reading the .NET Framework documentation. So if you look at the existing gadgets in YSO Serial, they're fairly, not well documented, but self-documenting in that you can see what they're calling into. Go and read the MSDN docs on what those things actually do, and then from there, with enough time, ChatGPT and the lot, you can probably combine ideas from some of them to like make a gadget that takes the parts of the ones that are executing code and shoehorns it into the ones that are like running process start. So the bit you're looking to replace is the process start call. Yeah, you should be able to take the best of all of them and just kind of stuff it together with a little bit of MSDN reading. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, good. All right. Anyone else? No, cool. Oh, thank you. Definitely appreciate you coming, and yeah, enjoy the rest of your con.
Safe for work?
Oh, I rattled through that much quicker than expected. But,
I like the the end of watching.
Yeah, see if anyone else turns up. Okay. I think that's everyone we're going to get, unless... No, there we go, one more. It's fine, you take a seat, come in. Everyone watch them come in, stare, make them feel awkward. Right. Doing due diligence or verify then trust the pre-sequel. Don't worry, that will be explained. It is only partly a Spaceballs joke. First of all, I'm going to ask everyone not to tweet about this, record it. You can take photos, but just hold them back until an unspecified later point. I have tried to anonymise this as much as possible, but there is an active media investigation going on into this, and there may be more coming out at some point in the future, and I don't want to jump the gun before that happens. I would also really like not to have someone threaten
No, this is me. Cool. Well, might as well get to it. And yeah. So, now that we've gotten to somewhere where I can actually present some content, as opposed to, no. This talk is about basically companies that are in their startup maturity phase, right? And how they're growing, and how security wasn't really part of the painting, or like even the color palette, or anything of the sort. And yeah, there's a subtitle, we'll get to that.